Chapter 20-30. Jianchen frowned when he heard that. He said, "Fellow Yun, may I ask how you obtained the Neptunian medallion? Also, the Poseidon Palace has existed for over 1,000,000 years, and it only opens once every 10,000 years. In other words, the Neptunian Poseidon Palace has opened many times over the years. Even if there are legacies in there probably aren't many left." Yun Lianqing nodded slightly and said, "The Neptunian medallion is actually the disciple medallion of the Taoist sect of Neptunian. The great elders of the sect were forced into dire straits by the samsaric immortal exalt of the immortals' world in the Neptunian Poseidon Palace. Before they died, they cast down a powerful formation together and tossed a portion of the sect's medallion to various places in the saints' world. If you want to obtain one, you have to rely on your own luck and strength. Of course, a few Neptunian medallions ended up in various auction houses before being purchased by various large organizations at exorbitant prices. Even our Yun family struggled to afford such a price." Yun Lianqing stared at Jianchen deeply and said with deep meaning, "Our Yun family also possesses a Neptunian medallion. A single Neptunian medallion is enough for 20 people to enter. If you're interested in the Poseidon Palace, I can make the decision to give you 3 spots." "Of course. Don't worry, Brother Jianchen. Although the Poseidon Palace has opened many times and many people have obtained great fortune and legacies from the Poseidon Palace, there are still many legacies and riches that have yet to be found. At the very least, only one of the legacies left behind by the 4 grand primes of the Taoist sect of Neptunian has been taken away in the past 1,000,000 years. There are still 3 left in the Neptunian Poseidon Palace. As long as your cultivation doesn't surpass the Divine King's, you can enter the Neptunian Poseidon Palace. Coupled with the temptation of the palace, won't there be many Divine King experts who will enter once the palace opens? There might even be quite a few late Divine Kings. How are we supposed to contend against a group of Divine Kings with our mere cultivation as over-gods?" Kea frowned. She and Jianchen were very powerful, but it would be very difficult for them to deal with mid-Divine King experts if they fought alone. Although the 3 of them had killed a late Divine King space beast in outer space, space beasts were not intelligent. They were nowhere close to the crafty, battle-hardened Divine King experts, so dealing with them would naturally be much easier than dealing with cultivators of the same level unless they encountered space beasts with particularly powerful bloodlines. Yun Lianqing smiled. "You don't have to worry about that. Although the Poseidon Palace is the main battlefield of the Divine King, basically all the Divine King experts have come for the legacies of the ancestors of the Taoist sect of Neptunian. Overgods can still seek out their own fortuitous encounters in the side halls." Jianchen became rather interested when he heard that. He did not care about the legacies of the Taoist sect of Neptunian. This was because he cultivated the chaotic body. Even if he obtained a Grand Prime's legacy, it would not be of much use to him. However, the Taoist sect of Neptunian was a super sect in the past after all. They should have quite a lot of 5-colored divine crystals. What Jianchen lacked the most right now were 5-colored divine crystals. Once he had sufficient 5-colored divine crystals, he could use teleportation formations to find his sister, Ming Dong, and Shangguan Mu who had been taken to the Taoist sect of Divine Sound on the Skyfire Plain. Jianchen did not plan on going to Tai Ta on the Gadnigma Plain before he was powerful enough. His sister had Shui Yunlan, and if everything went as expected, Ming Dong should be in the Anata Grand Prime's heavenly palace of Bisheng. What he truly worried about was Shangguan Mu. After asking for the opinions of Kea and Master Chanlong secretly, Jianchen said firmly, "Fellow Yun, I believe you won't be giving us 3 spots to enter the Poseidon Palace for no reason. Tell me your conditions." Yun Lianqing chuckled aloud. "Brother Jianchen really is straightforward. If that's the case, I'll be straightforward. My request is very simple. I just hope that Brother Jianchen can protect the young lady of the Yun family for a year after you enter the Poseidon Palace. During that year, Do your best to assist the young lady of the Yun family in obtaining any of the legacies in there. The Poseidon Palace will only close once every 10 years, so the remaining 9 years should be enough for you to search for your own fortuitous encounters. Although our Yun family has sent a divine king into the Poseidon Palace this time, their main objective is to obtain the legacies in the main hall. As a result, they won't be able to spare any extra people to protect the young lady of the Yun family. All right, we promise you. Jianshan agreed extremely straightforwardly. Using a year of 10 years to protect the young lady of the Yun family in exchange for a spot to enter the Poseidon Palace was not a loss to him. In another room on the spaceship of the Yun family, the room was mainly decorated in pink. The entire space was filled with a faint fragrance, so people could tell with a single glance that the person living there was definitely a woman. What? Uncle Qing, you casually found 3 unidentified people in the starry sky to act as my guards? And you want to replace Hua Qi, Tang Lian, and Zhou Shaoqian? In this room, a woman wearing a pink dress was standing there. She looked to be no more than 20 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, and she had bright eyes and white teeth. She was quite beautiful. At this moment, her eyes were wide open as she stared at Yun Lianqing, who was standing in front of her, with a shocked expression. She was the young lady of the Yun family, Yun Xian. But very soon, anger appeared on Yun Xian's face. She said firmly, "No, I don't agree. Hua Qi, Tang Lian, and Zhou Shaoqian were the 3 of them that I convinced after so much effort to go to the Neptunian Divine Palace as my guards. How can you change them just like that?" Yun Lianqing said, "Xian, Uncle Qing knows you're on good terms with the 3 of them. At the same time, I know you spent a great deal of effort to convince your father to take the 3 of them to the Poseidon Palace. However, the Poseidon Palace is far too dangerous. With Hua Qi, Tang Lian, and Zhou Shaoqian's strength, it's not enough to protect you. However, the 3 people Uncle Qing has found for you are all extremely powerful. They're supreme overgods who have made it onto the overgods plaque." So what if they're supreme overgods on the overgods plaque? Could a peerless chief god be invincible in there? When the Poseidon Palace opens, aren't there a large number of supreme overgods on the overgods plaque and divine kings who sit on the divine king's throne taking part? Moreover, I'm only going to the Poseidon Palace for training. It's not like I'm actually going to compete for some legacy. Those so-called legacies will naturally be fought over by the divine kings in the clan. What does it have to do with me? Why should I replace my guards? Yun Xian's beautiful face was filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Xian, you can't change this because the Great Elder has already agreed to it. If you insist on not accepting it, you can only go to the Great Elder yourself. Yun Lianqing smiled faintly. Yun Xian's face changed when she heard that. Although her status in the Yun family was not low, she knew extremely well that there was nothing she could do to the Great Elder, who even her father had to show respect to. P.S. Please listen to Xiaoyao's prestige message. Once there are any updates or changes in the future, Xiaoyao will inform you through prestige message. Search. Xingxiao 110. It was not complicated. It was Xinqing Xiaoyao's pen name and a police number. Chapter 2031. In the cold and dark endless void, a silver-white light flashed past. It sped through the void at a speed many times faster than lightning. It was a spaceship that was only several hundred meters wide. Jianshan currently sat on a comfortable, soft bed in a quiet cabin within the spaceship. He checked his harvest from the space beasts he had hunted in the past few days. There are over 30 overgod crystal cores and 8 divine king crystal cores. Jianshan murmured inside. These crystal cores were everything he had obtained since he had set foot in outer space. Of course, the number of space beasts that had died to their hands far exceeded that. However, not all of the crystal cores belonged to him. Kea and Master Chanlong each had a portion. Coupled with the fact that many special species of space beasts did not possess crystal cores, Jianshan and the others had only obtained a few crystal cores even though they had killed an extremely large number of space beasts. The group of soul-devouring beasts they had come across earlier was a species that did not possess crystal cores. Compared to the magic cores of the magical beasts, the energy cores of these space beasts are crystallized from pure energy. However, there is still a clear difference between the two. The energy within the crystal cores of space beasts is much more chaotic and unstable. As a result, refining the crystal cores of space beasts is much more difficult than refining monster cores. However, I don't need to worry about this at all with the chaotic body I cultivate. Absorbing the crystal cores of space beasts to increase my cultivation will leave behind problems that pose no threat to me at all, Jianshan thought. At the same time, he felt rather helpless. In the past, his comprehension of the laws of the sword was far greater than his cultivation. The only thing he lacked was a large number of cultivation resources. But now, he had already prepared all the cultivation resources he needed to break through to the next layer of the chaotic body. Unfortunately, he never made another breakthrough with his comprehension of the laws of the sword. He was restricted by his cultivation, so he struggled to break through to the next layer of the chaotic body. I hope I can reach the major achievement of Sword Spirit in Poseidon Palace this time. I won't be able to handle the battles that are led by the Divine King with my current cultivation as a late Divine King. If I fight alone, Mid-Divine King will be my limit. Moreover, I'm talking about regular Mid-Divine Kings. Only by reaching the major achievement of Sword Spirit and the 12th layer of the chaotic body will I possess the strength to contend against late Divine King. Jianshan looked at the space outside through the small window of the cabin. He felt some anticipation. He anticipated the trip to Poseidon Palace. At this moment, a powerful presence appeared from the cabin beside Jianshan's. Jianshan was slightly surprised when he sensed the presence, but his lips soon curled into a faint smile. He stood up and walked out. The two cabins to the left and right of Jianshan were occupied by Kea and Chanlong respectively. The presence came from Chanlong's cabin. However, the strength of the presence had already surpassed over gods. It had reached the level of Divine King. Master Chanlong had actually broken through at that moment, formally becoming a Divine King. Very soon, Yun Lianqing arrived as well. He congratulated Chanlong on becoming a Divine King with Jianshan and Kea. Yun Lianqing, who are they? At this moment, a rather cold voice rang out. A young man who seemed to be in his 20s and wore luxurious robes embroidered with golden threads walked over from afar. 6 people of varying ages followed behind the young man. However, without any exception, all of them had reached the level of Divine King. They were all the peak forces of the Yun family. Now that the Yun family had obtained the Neptunian medallion, they had basically sent out all the peak forces in the clan in order to seek fortune in the Neptunian Divine Palace and forge a new future for the Yun family. There were over a dozen God Kings. If it were not for the fact that the Yun family did not have any extra Divine King experts, they would have been tempted to fill up all 20 spots with Divine King experts. Chanlong's breakthrough to the level of Divine King alarmed some of the experts of the Yun family who were cultivating in the spatial battleship. Yun Lianqing immediately introduced Jianshan and the others. He emphasized that Jianshan and Kea were both supreme overgods on the overgods plaque. Jianshan? Kea? Yun Weifeng frowned. He studied Jianshan and Kea with a sharp gaze and said sternly, I remember all the names of the 3,000 supreme overgods on the overgods plaque clearly. I don't think your names are on there. Before Jianshan could reply, Yun Weifeng looked at Yun Lianqing again. He frowned and said with some displeasure, Yun Lianqing, although our Yun family still has a few empty spots for the Neptunian medallion and we've decided to send a few overgods in, they have to be from our Yun family. How can you just give a spot to an outsider so casually? Moreover, the reason is so laughable. Do you really believe that a random person who says they're a supreme overgod on the overgod's plaque is real? Their names aren't on the overgod's plaque at all. Yun Lianqing's face suddenly sank. He called out, Yun Weifeng, Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong are our esteemed guests. How can you speak to our esteemed guests like that? Moreover, I didn't make this decision on my own. The Great Elder personally approved it. If you have any doubts, feel free to find the Great Elder. Yun Weifeng immediately became filled with respect when he heard the Great Elder. He glanced at Jianchen and Kea deeply before turning around and leaving without saying anything else. After Yun Weifeng left with the people behind him, Yun Lianqing immediately smiled. He said apologetically, Fellow Jianchen, fellow Kea, I hope you don't mind what just happened. Jianchen smiled freely. He did not take it to heart at all. After exchanging some pleasantries with Yun Lianqing, they both left. The rest of the journey was peaceful. Although there were many people on the spatial battleship of the Yun family, basically everyone cultivated as they traveled through outer space. They adjusted themselves to their peak condition so that they could deal with the upcoming battle. As a result, Jianchen, Yun Lianqing, and Chanlong were all fine. They were not disturbed by anyone. We've arrived at the Poseidon Palace. At this moment, the Great Elder's voice rang through the entire spatial battleship. Jianchen slowly opened his eyes and made his way out of the room. He arrived on the deck with Kea and Chanlong. Chapter 2032. As soon as Jianchen's group stepped onto the deck, the 20 or so members of the Yun family all turned their heads. Their gazes gathered on Jianchen's group. Only Yun Lianqing treated Jianchen's group in an extremely friendly manner. He immediately clasped his hands towards Jianchen's group with a smile. The kindness and friendliness he expressed came from the bottom of his heart. There was no pretense at all. As for the other members of the Yun family, around half of them looked at Jianchen's group with hostility, led by Yun Weifeng. The remaining half remained cold and did not change at all. They seemed to be superior as they expressionlessly studied Jianchen's group. Although this was the first time many of them had seen Jianchen's group, they had already learnt of the existence of Jianchen's group several months ago. Moreover, they had taken up 3 of the spots from the Yun family to Tsang Poseidon Palace. Although this had displeased quite a few members of the Yun family, they could only deeply suppress their displeasure after learning that the matter had been approved by the Great Elder. However, when the pretty young lady of the Yun family in a pink dress saw Jianchen's group arrive, her phoenix-like eyes immediately spat out flames of fury. She placed her hands on her hips and cried out, As my guards, why have you come so late? Since you're a guard, you need to understand your duties as a guard. However, from what I see, the 3 of you don't seem to know what you're supposed to do as a guard or what you need to pay attention to. Yunxin's voice became louder and louder as her face became colder and colder. In the end, she looked at Jianchen's group in displeasure and pointed at them. She was unable to hide her anger as she said, Uncle Qing, look at what kind of guards you've found for me. They don't have any self-awareness at all. How can the 3 of them compare to Hua Qi, Tang Lian, and Zhou Shaoqian? Jianchen's face immediately darkened when the young lady of the Yun family openly criticized Jianchen's group, as well as directly describing them as her guards. His face sank slightly as he glared at Yunxin. Just when he was about to scold her, Jianchen's voice rang out. You must be the young lady of the Yun family, Yunxin. Miss Yunxin, I am Jianchen. I need to reiterate what you've just said so that you won't misunderstand, Miss Yunxin. Jianchen's voice was firm and forceful. He calmly made his way forward with Kea and Chanlong. Even though over a dozen Divine King Realm experts of the Yun family gathered before them, Jianchen's group did not show any fear at all. After pausing, Jianchen continued, Miss Yunxin, firstly, the 3 of us are not your guards. You have no right to interfere with our actions. Secondly, according to our agreement, the 3 of us will only protect you after we enter the Tsang Poseidon Palace. As a result, we have no obligation to protect you before we enter the Tsang Poseidon Palace. Even after we enter the Tsang Poseidon Palace, the three of us will only be protecting you for a year. If we come across any legacies, we'll obviously do everything we can to help you obtain them. After a year, we won't owe each other anything." Apart from Yun Lianqing, all the people of the Yun family became rather stunned when they heard Jianqin's words. They stared at Jianqin blankly as they felt disbelief. In the past, whenever a master god faced them, which one of them didn't act respectfully and speak humbly to them? However, the puny overgod before them showed no fear at all before so many divine king experts of the Yun family. Instead, he even placed himself on the same level as them and tried to negotiate with them. This was the first time they had seen such a bold overgod. "He, you're actually trying to negotiate with our Yun family. Your courage is commendable, but I wonder if you have the right to negotiate with our Yun family." A young man who seemed to be in his 30s sneered from the crowd. A vicious light flickered through his eyes, and he took a step forward, appearing before Jianqin as if he had teleported. He smiled coldly and directly slapped towards Jianqin's face. "Yun Shan, stop." Yun Lianqing's face suddenly changed, and he called out coldly. He had never thought that Yun Shan would actually attack Jianqin. He wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Behind him, none of the divine kings of the Yun family moved to stop him. Including Yun Weifeng, a few of the divine kings of the Yun family sneered mockingly. If Jianqin was a divine king, they would not have reacted like this if he tried to negotiate with their Yun family. However, he was only an overgod, yet he dared to negotiate with their Yun family. Moreover, he showed no respect towards them, divine king experts. This immediately angered many people. They were naturally happy to see Yun Shan take action now. As a matter of fact, some of them had already locked onto Qianlong. Qianlong was the only divine king among them. Although he had only broken through recently, he was clearly enough to attract their attention. If Qianlong took action, they would take action as well, stopping Master Qianlong from saving Jianqin. However, to their surprise, Qianlong, the only person they believed to have a chance at stopping Yun Shan, did not show any intentions of taking action. Instead, he smiled mysteriously, which confused them. Yun Shan's actions made Jianqin's face immediately turn cold. His indifferent gaze became extremely sharp at that moment as well. He did not dodge Yun Shan's attack. Instead, he clenched his hand into a fist and struck out with the power of the laws of the sword and chaotic force, striking Yun Shan's palm with lightning speed. Bang! The fist and palm collided, producing a heavy sound. Yun Shan only felt a powerful force strike his right hand, causing a heart-wrenching pain to be transmitted from his right arm. Immediately, he could not help but let out a muffled groan. His entire right arm had lost all feeling. His right hand had been reduced to a bloody mess. His entire right arm drooped powerlessly. Vaguely, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Although Yun Shan was a divine king, he was only an early divine king. Even if he used his full strength, he would not be Jianqin's opponent. Coupled with the fact that he had underestimated Jianqin and still treated Jianqin as a regular overgod, he did not use his full strength. As a result, he suffered greatly from the first clash. Aside from Yun Lianqing, who knew Jianqin's strength, all the people of the Yun family who had witnessed all of this were surprised. Clearly, they struggled to accept this outcome. The young lady of the Yun family, Yunxin, was stunned as well. She had heard from Uncle Qing that Jianqin was a supreme overgod on the overgod's plaque, but she did not take it seriously. This was because even the supreme overgods on the overgod's plaque, apart from those who ranked in the top 10, were still very far away from the divine king. However, she had never thought that Jianqin would actually be so powerful. He had made Yun Shan, an early divine king, suffer greatly from a single clash. Chapter 2033. Yun Weifeng was just a mere overgod, yet he had managed to injure a mighty divine king like this in an open battle. Moreover, Yun Weifeng was completely unscathed. This was an unerasable humiliation to him. How dare you? Yun Weifeng was immediately infuriated. A powerful presence radiated from him, directly enveloping Jianchen. The presence was so powerful that it had clearly reached the late Divine King. Yun Weifeng was one of the only 2 late Divine Kings in the entire Yun family. He was one of the only 2 late Divine King experts. Jianchen became stern. A late Divine King was not someone he could deal with right now. He could only fend off the late Divine King if he worked together with Kea, Chanlong, and the others. If Chanlong had not broken through, Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong would have been able to match regular late Divine King experts if they worked together. Now that Chanlong had become a Divine King, his strength had increased drastically. Jianchen was extremely confident that they could kill late Divine King experts if they worked together. Of course, that was only if the late Divine King did not possess battle prowess far greater than other prodigies of the same level. He was not a Divine King with heaven-defying battle prowess. Enough! At this moment, a cold snort rang out. The great elder of the Yun family appeared on the deck silently. He glared at Yun Weifeng. Under the piercing gaze of the Grand Elder, Yun Weifeng's heart shuddered, as the aura that blotted the skies instantly crumbled. Immediately, he bowed respectfully and greeted, "Greetings, Grand Elder! Greetings, Great Elder!" Afterwards, all the people of the Yun family bowed politely towards the old man. Their voices were filled with respect from the bottom of their hearts. "Greetings, Senior." Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong clasped their hands as well. The Grand Elder of the Yun family turned his head to look at Jianchen and the other 2, and said in an old but vigorous voice, "My 3 little friends, we of the Yun family have offended many people. I hope you don't take offense." "Senior, what are you saying?" "This is just a small misunderstanding," Jianchen said. The Great Elder of the Yun family smiled amiably. He looked at the people of the Yun family and said, "The 3 young friends will be going in with you on this trip to Poseidon Palace. Wait in Poseidon Palace. If you discover that Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong are in danger, you have to do your best to save them. Do you understand?" "Yes, Grand Elder." The people of the Yun family all looked at Jianchen with mixed feelings. Since the Great Elder had said that, they would not dare to be rude to Jianchen and the others on the warship no matter what. Jianchen understood that the Great Elder of the Yun family was actually saying this for the 3 of them to hear. It was just words to maintain their relationship on the surface, so they could not be taken seriously. After all, no one outside knew about everything that happened in Poseidon Palace. Once they entered Poseidon Palace, they would be extremely lucky if they did not kick them while they were down, let alone rely on the people of the Yun family to help them. The Great Elder's voice rang out once again. "Although Poseidon Palace opens once every 10,000 years, there's a difference of a few months or even a few years each time. You'll have to wait for Poseidon Palace to open on the warship. Do not disembark." Organizations of various sizes from the surrounding planes have gathered in this region of space. Many of them are forces that our Yun family can't afford to offend, so you can't cause any trouble, let alone meddle in other people's business. Old Man is going to the Hinyu plane to meet up with an old friend, so he won't be able to look after you for a while. With that, the Great Elder of the Yun family left the warship, vanishing into the vast cosmos in the blink of an eye. "We've arrived at Poseidon Palace just like that?" Jianchen was stunned as he watched the Great Elder of the Yun family disappear. He looked around and discovered that they were still in outer space. There was no sign of the Divine Palace at all. "Brother Jianchen, you might not know, but when the Taoist sect of Neptunia still existed, the palace of Poseidon Palace did indeed stand on the Hinyu plane. However, when the Grand Exalt of another world destroyed the Taoist sect of Neptunia, the palace of Poseidon Palace was struck into outer space from the Hinyu plane. The space we're in right now is roughly where the palace of Poseidon Palace is." Seeing Jianchen's doubts, Yun Lianqing immediately explained to Jianchen, "Due to formations, the palace of Poseidon Palace has always been hidden in outer space. It's impossible for outsiders to find its exact location. It'll only reveal itself when it opens. Jianchen came to a realization. He slowly made his way to the front of the ship and stood there. His vision suddenly opened up, and he immediately felt like he could see the entire cosmos with a single glance. However, Jianchen's eyes narrowed soon afterwards. He suddenly looked into the distance and discovered that there were actually many spaceships hovering in outer space. Every single spaceship was extremely far away from each other. Even with Jianchen's soul at the level of the Divine King, he was unable to reach the spaceships at all. As a matter of fact, Jianchen could even vaguely make out a few figures in the space there. However, due to the fact that they were just too far away, he could only barely make out a blurry figure with his eyesight. Even further away, Jianchen discovered a palm-sized piece of land that hovered silently in outer space. He could clearly see a few rivers that extended across it, dividing the piece of land. Jianchen knew that this was the Hinyu Plain, one of the 49 Great Plains of the Saints' world. However, as it was just too far away, the Hinyu Plain was only the size of a palm in his eyes. However, to Jianchen's surprise, the Hinyu Plain was 2 or 3 times larger than the Cloud Plain. Afterwards, Jianchen and the Divine King of the Yun family began to wait. They waited for the palace of Poseidon Palace to open. Due to Jianchen's conflict with Yun Shan, the Divine King of the Yun family understood his strength. As a result, the Divine King of the Yun family did not continue to provoke Jianchen's group. Clearly, they had already begun to accept Jianchen. Even the young lady of the Yun family, Yunxin, shut her mouth obediently. However, she had spent a great deal of effort to convince her father to allow her to bring Hua Qi, Tang Lian, and Zhou Shaoqian into the palace of Poseidon Palace. Now that they had been replaced by Jianchen's group, she was still unhappy. She naturally did not have a good impression of Jianchen's group. Although it could be said that Jianchen had gained a firm foothold here, everyone from the Yun family maintained their distance from him aside from Yun Lianqing. They did not come into contact with him or converse with him. Jianchen did not care about this at all. After casting down a simple formation with Kea and Chanlong, he sat down on the deck and continued to comprehend the laws of the sword. Humph, I'll let you be complacent. Once we enter the palace of Poseidon Palace, I'd like to see if you're still so arrogant. Yunxin glared at Jianchen's group of 3 and snorted coldly inside. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen had already waited there for 3 months. During those 3 months, he still did not break through with the laws of the sword. Instead, he saw battles erupt in outer space one after another. They were extremely intense, and there were even infinite primes who took part. More and more people gathered in outer space now. Just the spaceships in outer space amounted to over 1,000, and there were even more people seated there. At this moment, Jianchen suddenly opened his eyes. The light in his eyes flickered as he stared at the space before him. At the same time, Kea and Chanlong seemed to sense something as well. They opened their eyes at the same time as Jianchen. Kea said softly, "The palace of Poseidon Palace is about to open." With that, an extremely terrifying ripple of energy suddenly erupted from outer space with a tremendous pressure. Like a tsunami, it spread out in all directions with an overwhelming force. The entire region of space surged with the appearance of this terrifying energy, producing rings of spatial ripples. All of a sudden, the space was torn apart and a huge spatial crack appeared. Within the spatial crack, a huge divine hall that was hundreds of thousands of feet long and tens of thousands of feet tall gradually emerged. Chapter 2034. The huge divine hall hovered in outer space. The pressure it gave off was so great that not only did it strike fear into the hearts of all the experts gathered there, but it also made the entire region of space tremble and tremble. It was as if the divine temple had already surpassed the starry sky. Its appearance had directly suppressed the entire world. It had an indescribable sense of supremacy. The Poseidon Palace has appeared. After 10,000 years, we've finally seen the Poseidon Palace again. I wonder if the remaining 3 Grand Prime's legacies will choose a master when the Poseidon Palace opens this time. With the appearance of the Poseidon Palace, discussions immediately broke out in the region of space. Many people who were about to enter the Poseidon Palace burned with desire. They rubbed their palms together as battle intent surged from them. The divine kings of the Yun family stared at the Poseidon Palace on the spaceship of the Yun family as well. All of them were eager to try. They were filled with anticipation towards the various legacies in the Poseidon Palace. Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong stared at the colossal Poseidon Palace as well. Unlike the divine kings of the Yun family, the 3 of them were stern. Perhaps the Neptunian Divine Palace was a place to seek fortune in the eyes of others, but to the 3 of them, it was a cruel battlefield of life and death apart from a place to seek fortune. With a flash, the great elder of the Yun family appeared before everyone. He stared at the palace deeply and said with his back to everyone, "The Poseidon Palace has opened. Prepare to enter. I've already told you what I need to tell you, so old man won't repeat it." The great elder of the Yun family turned around and looked at everyone sternly. He said, "You are the hope of the Yun family, as well as the future of the Yun family. Remember, you have to make it out of the Poseidon Palace alive. Old man will await your triumphant return here. Don't worry, great elder. We will definitely do our best. We definitely won't disappoint you," the divine kings of the Yun family said together. Their voices were loud, and their presences surged. All of them were in peak condition. As for Yun Shan's arm that Jianchen had broken, it had already recovered. An injury like that was nothing to a divine king. The great elder nodded. He looked at Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong and said, "Young friends, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the juniors of our Yun family for a year. Don't worry, senior. We will do our best to protect young Miss Yun Xian during this year." Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong clasped their fists. This was their agreement with the Yun family, and it was also the price they had to pay to enter the Poseidon Palace. Yun Xian glanced at Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong. Her lips twitched in disdain as she thought, "Protect me? Who cares? Once we enter the Poseidon Palace, you'll see how I deal with you. Although I can't beat you, it'll be a piece of cake for me to make trouble for you." The great elder of the Yun family had already stowed away the spatial battleship. He flew through outer space with everyone, rapidly approaching the Poseidon Palace. Countless figures approached the Poseidon Palace from all directions. As more and more experts gathered, countless powerful presences gathered together, forming a terrifying pressure that filled outer space. It caused space to freeze up and suffocate people. Moreover, the closer it was to the Poseidon Palace, the more powerful the pressure would be. Even divine kings would struggle to endure it. After all, the Neptunian Divine Palace contained a great fortune. In particular, the strongest ancestor of the Taoist sect of Neptunia was known to be one of the most powerful people below Grand Exalt. Even to powerful organizations with chaotic primes, the legacies he left behind were irresistibly tempting. As a result, not only were many infinite primes gathered in outer space, but there were even chaotic primes. Although there were extremely few chaotic primes on the entire plane, the Poseidon continent was a place where chaotic primes were rare. However, whenever the Poseidon Palace opened, the various organizations from the surrounding planes and planets would gather. As a result, there were many primordial realm experts outside the Poseidon Palace. Immediately, many of the overgods and divine kings who charged towards the Poseidon Palace stopped. The presence that had condensed near the Poseidon Palace was so powerful that it forced them to a halt. They dared not advance any further. Jianchen, Honglian, and the divine king of the Yun family followed behind the great elder of the Yun family. The great elder also radiated with the powerful presence of an infinite prime, protecting the people behind him. He led the way, charging towards the Poseidon Palace. In the surroundings, many infinite primes used their cultivation to protect the people behind them. They turned into a sharp blade, piercing through the blockade formed by the presences of the primordial realm experts and charging towards the Poseidon Palace quickly. As a matter of fact, a few chaotic primes had already arrived before the entrance of the Poseidon Palace with the juniors of their clans. Only after personally witnessing their juniors vanish outside did they return without worry. As they approached the Poseidon Palace, the primordial realm experts secretly competed against one another. The stronger they were, the faster they would move and the faster they would approach the Poseidon Palace. Those who were weaker naturally fell to the back. Through this, Gentian discovered that the great elder of the Yun family was average among the infinite primes present. Finally, Gentian's group arrived at the steps to the entrance of the Poseidon Palace under the protection of the great elder of the Yun family. The other primordial realm experts also stopped there and did not advance any further. As he stood there, Gentian could clearly sense a terrifying pulse of energy right up ahead. Looking at the great elder of the Yun family, he discovered that the great elder had become extremely stern and cautious ever since he arrived at the steps. This seriousness and caution did not come from the fact that there were too many primordial realm experts here. Instead, it came from the Poseidon Palace itself. Old man can only escort you up to here. You'll have to rely on yourselves for the rest of the journey. The Neptunian medallion will send you in, the great elder said sternly before taking out the Neptunian medallion. As soon as the Neptunian medallion appeared, it shone with dazzling blue light, enveloping Gentian's group. With a flash, Gentian's group vanished. Only after the infinite primes had left could the divine king and overgods continue on without the protection of the primordial realm experts. They used the Neptunian medallion to enter the Poseidon Palace. At this moment, two more figures approached the Poseidon Palace from the distance. They did not move quickly. Even when they flew as quickly as they could, they were still as slow as snails in the eyes of many people. They were two women. One of them only seemed to be in her 20s. She was beautiful, with skin as white as mutton. Her figure was graceful. Although she could not be described as alluring, she was still extremely stunning. She was only a late overgod. The other person was a little girl. She seemed to be around 15 or 16. She was pure and innocent. She constantly studied the Poseidon Palace with her large, bright eyes. It looks like the Poseidon Palace has just opened. There are still some people who haven't entered yet. Fortunately, we didn't miss the time and made it in time. The older woman exhaled deeply as she rejoiced. Sister, is this the Poseidon Palace? Why did we come all the way here? The little girl studied the Poseidon Palace and asked in confusion. The older woman looked at the little girl gently and said, "Shao Man, this is what your mother told me before she passed away. She told me to bring you to the Poseidon Palace no matter what." Chapter 2035. Mother. Ziyun's words uncontrollably made Shao Man think of the extremely blurry old figure that existed in her memories. This caused Shao Man's eyes to redden slightly as she became filled with heavy sorrow. Her mother had passed away far too early. When she had just turned 3, the figure that held her in her arms every day and gave off a deep sense of motherly love had already left her. Even though Shao Man was only 3 when she saw her mother for the last time, she still remembered everything that happened when she was young. It was just that her memories were rather blurry. As for her father, Lil Man had never met him because her father had passed away before she was even born. There were no portraits or memories of him. Over the years, Shao Man had only learned a little about her father from her sister Ziyun. This was because her sister Ziyun had personally seen her father. Her father had taught her everything. From Ziyun, Lil Man only knew that her father was an old man with a head full of withered hair, and her mother was an old woman with a stooped back. The two of them were both extremely old. Sister Ziyun, do you know how my father and mother died? Since my father could teach you everything, it means that he's not an ordinary person. And my mother definitely isn't an ordinary person either, right? Since they're not ordinary people, they shouldn't have died of old age, Xiaoman asked. Her eyes were red and her heart was filled with sorrow. As she grew older, she understood more and more things. Only now that she thought about it did she realize that there were many unreasonable reasons for her father and mother's death. Ziyun shook her head. She had no answer to a question like that, nor did she know how to answer it. This was because even she did not know the exact reason behind Xiaoman's parents' death. The only thing she was certain of was that Xiaoman's parents were not ordinary people. She could clearly sense that Xiaoman's parents did not possess any cultivation when they were alive, and their bodies were even weaker than regular people at times. However, everything she had learned, as well as all kinds of powerful secret methods and escape magic treasures, were all given to her by her master, who was also Xiaoman's father. Aside from her master, even her master's wife, Xiaoman's mother, had passed on many things to her. Not only did these things include the experiences and comprehension of cultivation, but they also included the dangers and cruelty of the saint's world. As a result, she gained a clear understanding of the saint's world before she had even set foot in it. This knowledge was not something an ordinary person should possess. Most importantly, Ziyun had lived with Xiaomang's parents for over 10,000 years. If he was really an ordinary person, it was impossible for him to live for so long. However, Lil Man's parents had passed away one after another. They did not have any injuries on their bodies. No matter how one looked at it, they looked like ordinary people who had reached the end of their lifespans and died of natural causes. There was no other reason to find. Xiaoman, let's enter the Poseidon Palace, Ziyun said softly. She brought Xiaoman closer to the Poseidon Palace. Then, she used the blue sea medallion that Xiaoman's parents had given her and disappeared. When Jianchen reappeared, he discovered that he had appeared in a long corridor. Apart from Kea, Chanlong, and the 17 people from the Yun family, there was no one else around. Brother Jianchen, the location of each blue sea medallion is not fixed. They will appear randomly on the first floor of the Poseidon Palace, Yun Lianqing said to Jianchen. He studied the surroundings. This is the first time we've come to the Poseidon Palace, but we've heard about the situation inside. The Poseidon Palace has a total of 12 floors. The higher the floor, the more powerful the legacy. It's said that the Grand Primes of the Taoist sect of Neptunia have all left behind their legacies on the highest floor. Yun Lianqing, all they can do is mess around in the side halls. What's the point of telling them so much? Knowing more might not be a good thing for them. Yun Weifeng snorted coldly and said emotionlessly before Yun Lianqing could finish speaking. What Yun Weifeng said is correct. If we tell them this information, who knows if they will not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and run to the 12th floor. If by any chance they accidentally offend some big shot up there, wouldn't that bring trouble to our Yun family for no reason? Yun Shan snorted coldly as well. In a moment of carelessness, Jianchen had broken his arm as soon as they met. He was still brooding over this matter, so he was naturally extremely hostile towards Jianchen. Yun Lianqing thought about it and found it reasonable. Telling Jianchen and the others about this was not necessarily a good thing. With their strength, if they really were unable to resist the temptation of the Grand Prime's legacy and ran to the 12th floor recklessly, they would really be harming Jianchen and the others. As a result, Yun Lianqing was at a loss for words. All he could do was say that Jianchen left with the divine kings of the Yun family after bidding farewell. In the blink of an eye, the 16 divine kings of the Yun family vanished from the corridor. Only Jianchen, Kea, Chanlong, and the expressionless young lady of the Yun family, Yunxin, remained. Afterwards, Jianchen's group and Yunxin left as well. They moved through the various places on the first floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace. The interior of the Tsang Poseidon Palace was extremely large. From the outside, the Tsang Poseidon Palace was only a few 100,000 meters long, but in reality, The interior was countless times larger than it seemed from the outside. Along the way, Jianshan's group discovered many corpses of people who had died here in the past, as well as many traces of damaged formations. Ever since the Taoist sect of Neptunia had been destroyed, the Tsang Poseidon Palace had been opened several hundred times. In order to obtain the legacies here, the people who had entered the Tsang Poseidon Palace in the past naturally engaged in battles of blood and fire. Many corpses had been left behind. However, at the same time, all the legacies on the first floor of the Taoist sect of Neptunia had been taken away. Nothing of value remained. This was because the disciples on the first floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace were not particularly powerful. It was obviously extremely easy for outsiders to obtain the legacies here, unlike the four ancestors of the Taoist sect of Neptunia, who had blocked out countless people. In the blink of an eye, Jianshan's group of four had stayed on the first floor for several days. They had basically gone through the entire first floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace, but they did not come across a single person. Jianshan did not find this strange. Basically, everyone who entered the Tsang Poseidon Palace knew that there was nothing on the first floor. As a result, they directly rushed to the second floor as soon as they entered the Tsang Poseidon Palace. Probably only Yunshin was in the mood to spend so much time on the first floor that was littered with corpses. Miss Yunshin, if you continue wasting your precious time here, you probably won't be able to gain anything even after a year is up, Jianshan could not help but say. The Tsang Poseidon Palace would only be open for 10 years. It seemed like a very long time, but it was actually extremely short. To Jianshan, wasting even half a day like Yunshin was a great loss. Is that any of your business? I just happen to like staying here. What's that got to do with you? Yunshin glanced at Jianshan from the corner of her eyes. She sneered. As for the rewards, do you really think that you can obtain the legacy of an expert from the Taoist sect of Neptunia with just the few of you? Chapter 2036. Whether we fight or not is our own business. It has nothing to do with Miss Yunshin. However, Miss Yunshin, you should consider this carefully. Jianshan, Chanlong, and I will only protect you for a year. If you're willing to stay on the first floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace for a year, we'll obviously be more than happy to keep you company. Kea could not help but say. She disliked Yunshin very much as well. However, the three of them had an agreement with Yun Lianqing to protect Yunshin for a year. As a result, the three of them could not stray too far from Yunshin before the year was up. You want me to stay here for a year? You're dreaming. The 3 spots to enter the Tsang Poseidon Palace from our Yun family aren't so easy to obtain. Yunshin snorted coldly and no longer stayed on the first floor. She immediately made her way to the second floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace. I'll go easy on you for now. Once we reach a place with a lot of people, you'll see how I deal with you. At that time, you'll suffer, Yunshin thought to herself as she made her way to the second floor. Although the Tsang Poseidon Palace was huge, the 4 of them arrived on the second floor before long with their speed. The second floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace was no different from the first floor. Apart from skeletons and dried blood that could be seen everywhere, there was not a single valuable item. Clearly, after several hundred openings, all the valuable items that could be taken away from the second floor of the Taoist sect of Neptunia had been taken away by the people who had come before. The other cultivators who had entered the Tsang Poseidon Palace clearly had some understanding of the situation in the Divine Palace, so they had gone to higher floors long ago. As a result, only Jianshan's group remained in this huge space. Afterwards, Jianshan's group continued onwards. They reached the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, and the 5th floor. Only when they reached the 6th floor did they finally see some scattered figures. Yunshin's eyes immediately lit up when she saw these people. However, when she discovered that all the cultivators there were over-gods, and there were even 1 or 2 gods from time to time, she immediately frowned in displeasure. She snorted gently and said, "Go to the 7th floor." Jianshan, Kea, and Chanlong all frowned as they looked at Yunxin's back. Clearly, they already understood Yunxin's intentions. This woman will always be a problem. It'll be fine if she knows her place, but if she starts stirring up trouble for no reason and making enemies everywhere, she'll bring us quite a lot of trouble, Kea said secretly. Master Chanlong nodded in agreement when he heard Kea's words. He said to the other two secretly, "We can't just let her do whatever she wants. There are many divine kings in the Tsang Poseidon Palace. There are even quite a few late divine kings, and there are even quite a few late divine kings experts. If this woman provokes a group of late divine kings experts, we'll be in trouble with our current strength. Don't worry, she won't dare to do anything, unless she wants the Yun family to never have a day of peace." "Let's go up," said Jianchen. His voice was rather cold. With that, he directly made his way to the 7th floor. The number of people on the 7th floor gradually increased. Most of the overgods who had entered the Tsang Poseidon Palace this time were gathered on this floor. There were a few divine kings among them, but they were all early divine kings. This formation is just too powerful. Just the pulses of energy it gives off are enough to make people shiver in fear. A primordial realm expert. This formation must contain the legacies of a primordial realm expert. Just when Jianchen and the others arrived on the 7th floor, a hubbub rang out from nearby. A large group of people had gathered several hundred meters away from them. They surrounded a formation as they pointed and discussed. Many people's eyes burned with desire. However, none of them attacked the formation. Quite a lot of blood splattered around the formation. I never thought I'd come across a primordial realm expert's legacy as soon as I got here. Let me get through this formation. At this moment, a burly, bare-chested man flew over from afar as he laughed aloud. He gave off the presence of an early divine king, forcing the surrounding overgods to avoid him. Boom! The burly man directly struck out. He swung his hammer as hard as he could towards the formation. However, as soon as the man's hammer struck the formation, all the power in his strike was reflected back by the formation without weakening at all. It landed on the man, causing him to vomit blood on the spot as he was blown away. There really are some stubborn people. The Azure Poseidon Palace has been opened so many times. Who knows how many people have seen this legacy in such a conspicuous location, yet no one has taken it away even now. Doesn't this clearly mean that the legacy won't be easy to obtain? Let alone an early divine king like you, even some experts on the divine king's throne wouldn't dare to attack the formation directly, said a woman in black. The one who spoke was a woman in black. She looked at the heavily injured man, and a mocking smile appeared on her face. That formation is so powerful. Master Chanlong stared at the formation from several hundred meters away, as he said sternly. Yunxin could not help but look at the formation as well, but she lost interest very soon. She stared at the hammer-wielding man and said loudly, "This sister is right. You blockhead, how can you not see through something so simple? What kind of brain do you have? How can you be so stupid? I really don't know how someone as stupid as you managed to reach the level of the Divine King." Yunxin lowered her head in thought when she reached there. She said doubtfully, "Is it really so easy for the current Divine King to break through? Otherwise, how can someone as stupid as him reach the level of the Divine King?" The burly man could accept being mocked by the woman in black. After all, she was a Divine King as well. He obviously did not want to get into a conflict with her when he was injured, not to mention that her words were not too harsh. However, now that he had been humiliated by a mere overgod and insulted so harshly, how could he, a mighty divine king, just swallow this anger? "You're looking to die." The burly man's face paled in anger. A vicious light shone from his eyes as he directly swung his hammer at Yunxin. Yunxin had already hidden behind Jianchen, Gu Hai, and Heiyu before the burly man had even struck out. She stared at Jianchen's group with schadenfreude. She knew that the burly man could not do anything to them with the strength that Jianchen had displayed and Chanlong, who had just reached the level of Divine King, but she could still cause them some trouble at the very least. Early Divine King is only the beginning. Once we reach the 8th and 9th floors, we'll encounter Mid-Divine King. I'd like to see how you deal with them. It's not that easy to be my guard, Yunxin thought. She was very biased against Jianchen, Heiyu, and Heiyu. Jianchen glanced at Yunxin, who had already hidden behind the burly man, and a sliver of coldness appeared in his eyes. Afterwards, he took a step forward and directly sent a palm strike towards the burly man's hammer. With a thud, powerful ripples of energy shot out in all directions with the scattered strands of sword qi, forcing the surrounding experts to retreat. Jianchen stopped the burly man's hammer with a single hand as he remained as still as a mountain. He stared at the burly man with shining eyes and said calmly, "This is young Miss Yunxin from the Yun family of the Sky Empire of the southern region of the profound Thunder Plain. Please forgive her for her rudeness." With that, Jianchen's arms suddenly shuddered, and powerful chaotic force surged out with the power of the laws of the sword. Immediately, a force that the burly man found difficult to resist erupted, forcing him and his hammer to take several steps back. At the same time, Master Chanlong's presence leaked out slightly, completely revealing the presence of an early Divine King. The burly man glanced at Yunxin and Jianchen's group viciously. He gritted his teeth and said, "The Yun family of the Sky Empire of the southern region of the profound Thunder Plain. I'll remember that." With that, he turned around and left. Chapter 2037. Yun Xian pointed at Jianchen. She was so angry that she could not say anything else. Originally, she wanted to make some trouble for Jianchen's trio so that they would have a hard time in Poseidon Palace. It would be best if they made enemies everywhere. However, she had never thought that a simple sentence from Jianchen would point the spear towards her clan. In the end, not only did she fail to get what she wanted, but she even made an enemy for the Yun family. Although the Yun family did not fear a single Divine King with their strength and status, the Divine King was no weakling in the saints' world. Even the Yun family that possessed an infinite prime would not want to provoke someone like that so easily. This was without considering his background. If they provoked a Divine King who possessed a great background, it would definitely be a disaster for the Yun family. After quite a while, Yun Xian yelled at Jianchen, "Jianchen, who allowed you to reveal my origins? Our Yun family gave you 3 spots. Is this how you repay our Yun family? Do you want me to report this to the Great Elder once I get out?" Jianchen frowned. Just when he wanted to say something, Kea said coldly, "Miss Yun Xian, didn't you completely look down on the Divine King? Why are you so afraid now? Since you're so afraid of others knowing your origins, it's best if you know your place. With our strength, we're all weaklings in Poseidon Palace. You're even weaker than the 3 of us. If you don't know how to keep a low profile, you'll cause great trouble for your Yun family even if you don't die in Poseidon Palace. You might even lead the Yun family to destruction. Perhaps you should rejoice that you've only provoked an early Divine King. I heard that every time the Azure Poseidon Palace opens, a Supreme Divine King from the Divine King will enter. If you accidentally provoke a Supreme Divine King, you should know the consequences." Yun Xian's face darkened and paled. She snorted coldly, "Just be good guards. It's not up to you to tell me what to do." Yun Xian no longer paid any attention to Jianchen, Kea, and Kea. She looked at the formation nearby that was extremely likely to hide a primordial realm expert's legacy. The light in her eyes burned with desire. Although she did not know what kind of legacy it was left behind by a primordial realm expert after all. No matter what kind of legacy it was and whether it suited her or not, it was enough to tempt many Divine Kings, let alone over gods. Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong studied the formation as well. Jianchen asked secretly, "Chanlong, are you confident in getting through this formation?" Master Chanlong frowned. he said sternly. This formation was left behind by a primordial realm expert, and the primordial realm expert's mastery over formations is rather impressive. Although it's possible to get through it, it'll take quite a lot of time. Master Chanlong paused. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, the operation of any formation cannot be separated from the support of energy. Although this formation will constantly absorb energy from Poseidon's palace as it operates, there will always be a limit to how fast it can absorb energy. When I broke through to Divine King, I grasped a new formation. It's called the Heavens Blockade. If it's used to the limit, it can split the world. The Heavens Blockade formation is extremely profound. Although I can't cast down the Heavens Blockade formation with my current cultivation, it can cut off origin energy from anywhere. Even in the Neptunian Divine Palace, the formation is still effective, Jianchen thought. If I cast down the Heavens Blockade formation around this formation, I can stop it from absorbing energy from Poseidon's palace. Once it runs out of energy, it'll collapse by itself. However, many formations have divine crystals as backup energy, so I can't be certain whether the formation cast down by the primordial realm expert has a divine crystal or not. If there is, even if I cut off the connection between the formation and the Neptunian Divine Palace, I probably won't be able to get through the formation in the next 10 years after the Neptunian Divine Palace opens. Chanlong, why don't you try it first? What if the primordial realm formation doesn't have backup energy? Kea said. Alright, I'll try it first. Master Chanlong nodded before arriving before the formation. He unleashed his Divine King's presence without holding back at all. He clasped his hands at everyone. Everyone, if you only stare at the formation, it definitely won't open by itself. If you want to obtain the legacy inside, you'll have to find a way to get through it. Everyone rolled their eyes when they heard Chanlong's words. They all understood that, but who had the ability to get through it? You make it sound nice. This formation was left behind by a primordial realm expert after all. You've just witnessed its power. Getting through it is easier said than done. The woman in black giggled. Chanlong clasped his fist and said, Since you're unwilling to get through it, why don't we let Old Man try? Please back up a little. Old Man wants to cast down a formation to get through it. Alright. I'd like to see how you get through it. A middle-aged man chuckled and immediately backed up far away. He was also a divine king. The black-clothed woman hesitated for a moment, then took the initiative to retreat a distance away. Even the few divine kings gathered here had backed away, so it went without saying for the other overgods. They all backed up far away, leaving behind a large empty space for Chanlong. Master Chanlong immediately began to cast down the formation. He tossed out various divine crystals and formation banners. What proficiency! He's actually a formations master. The divine kings gathered here were all surprised when they saw Chanlong cast down the formation. Even though they were not skilled in formations, they could tell that Chanlong's mastery over them was extremely great. You're overestimating yourself. This formation was created by a primordial realm expert. You can dream on if an early divine king like you wants to get through it. As all the overgods watched Chanlong cast down the formation, only Yunxin curled her lips in disdain. Chanlong cast down the formation extremely quickly. In less than 2 hours, he had cast down several formations. The connection between the primordial realm expert and the Azure Poseidon Palace had been severed by Chanlong's Heavens Blockade formation, cutting off its energy supply. Afterwards, powerful killing formations began to erupt with terrifying might. They produced dense strands of sword chi that constantly attacked the primordial realm formation. The sword chi was not the power of the laws of the sword. Instead, it was condensed from pure energy. It possessed the might of formations. The sword chi did not attack randomly. Instead, they only attacked a single point, which was the core of the primordial realm formation. Even though the core of the formation would change at all times, Chanlong would be able to find it whenever it changed. The primordial realm formation could reflect all attacks, and the sword chi was no exception. However, as soon as the sword chi was reflected, it was blocked by Qianlong's defensive formation, so it failed to injure anyone present. What a powerful formation! If an early Divine King falls into it, he'll definitely die. Even a mid-Divine King will struggle to escape. The eyes of the nearby Divine Kings all narrowed as they were secretly shocked. Only Jianchen and Kea knew that Master Qianlong's formations were far more powerful than this, as all the formations he cast down would evolve and become more and more powerful. Combine, 9 swords split space. After attacking for 2 hours, Qianlong called out, and the sword chi from the formation condensed in the air, landing on the primordial realm formation as 9 huge strands of sword chi. 9 swords as one. Qianlong formed a seal with both hands, and the formation changed once again. He fused the power of his cultivation into the formation, and even the azure disc in his hand expanded to 10 meters in length, hovering above his head. Mysterious and profound inscriptions appeared, resonating with the formation from afar, making it even more powerful. The 9 strands of sword chi fused together in a single instance, erupting with even greater power. Even mid-Divine King would shiver before it. Boom, boom, boom. After just a few attacks, the powerful formation cast down by a primordial realm expert finally dimmed, gradually vanishing. Naturally, Qianlong did not destroy the primordial realm formation. Instead, he constantly attacked the core of the formation, exhausting all its energy. Without any replenishment, it collapsed on its own. With the disappearance of the formation, the scene inside was naturally exposed. A skeleton sat on the ground all by itself. It did not give off any pressure at all, seeming extremely ordinary. Only the dull, golden bead in its skull showed that it was a primordial realm expert when it was still alive. This was because the bead was condensed from the power of laws. It was known as a golden core of laws in the saints' world, and it was the symbol of a primordial realm expert. How is this possible? The formation has been destroyed just like that? This is too unreal. Don't tell me that the Divine King's powerful formation has been destroyed in just a few hours? Everyone was extremely stunned. Disbelief filled their faces. The formation had remained unscathed for so many years, which was more than enough to demonstrate just how troublesome it was. They had never thought that it would be destroyed so easily today, which made them all feel rather unreal. However, the gazes of the crowd immediately froze, revealing an intense burning and greedy expression. There was also great surprise and excitement mixed within. No one was amazed by Qianlong's destruction of the primordial realm formation anymore. At that moment, everyone stared at the skeleton, or more accurately, they stared at the space ring on the skeleton's finger. With a single movement, Qianlong entered the formation and arrived before the primordial realm skeleton in a flash. Chapter 2038. This was a space ring left behind by a dead primordial realm expert. Without even thinking about it, it was obvious that the primordial realm expert's wealth was stored in there. It might even contain the primordial realm expert's legacy. The legacy of an infinite prime might not have been able to attract people from large organizations with great backgrounds, but it was fatally tempting to independent divine kings or divine kings from smaller places or organizations. As a result, when Qianlong got through the formations and everyone discovered the space ring on the skeleton's hand, the divine kings who were still gathered there all charged over with burning desire and greed. If Qianlong were a late divine king, they would not have dared to steal the space ring from him, no matter how much they desired it. However, Qianlong was only an early divine king. There were not a lot of divine kings on the 7th floor of Poseidon Palace in the first place. Aside from Qianlong, there were only 5 divine kings who remained nearby. Among the 5 of them, other than the middle-aged man who called himself king, the other 4 rushed towards the skeleton as fast as they could. However, all of them had been blinded by the appearance of the primordial realm's legacy. They failed to realize that the various formations Qianlong had cast down were still present. The Divine King at the very front immediately fell into a killing formation. The killing formation that had already undergone 2 transformations immediately began to operate, producing a huge strand of sword qi. After Qianlong had broken through to the Divine King realm, all the formations he cast down became much more powerful, let alone a formation that had undergone many transformations. As a result, when the Divine King faced the huge strand of sword qi, he was unable to use it at all despite his impressive cultivation. His entire body was cleaved in half by the sword qi, and even his soul failed to avoid it. His soul was wiped out. The appearance of the Divine King made the other 3 Divine Kings who charged towards Qianlong come to a halt. They stared at the bisected Divine King in shock as they became even more fearful of Qianlong's formations. Even the Divine King had been slain in a single strike when he was trapped in the formation earlier. This was more than enough to demonstrate the power of the killing formation. Qianlong was extremely confident in his formations. He paid no attention to what was happening outside. All of his attention was focused on the skeleton of the primordial realm expert. He bowed deeply towards the skeleton first before bending down and removing the primordial realm expert's space ring. When his hand came into contact with the spatial ring, the skeleton silently turned into a pile of ashes. Although the essence of a primordial realm expert's corpse could maintain its state for thousands of years, the primordial realm expert had been slain by the Grand Monarch of Samsara. However, the primordial realm expert had been slain by the samsaric immortal exalt, one of the 5 grand exalts of the immortals world, using the power of samsara. The power of samsara had already corroded his bones, so they were reduced to dust with a single touch. Master Qianlong sighed inside when he saw this. Even in the entire Saints world, primordial realm experts were important figures. They possessed esteemed statuses. However, the primordial realm expert before him had actually been reduced to such a state. Even his skeleton had been destroyed after his death. It was truly a pity. Master Qianlong slowly picked up the space ring. He did not even look at what was inside, directly stowing it away before leaving the formation. The other Divine Kings were stunned when they saw Master Qianlong leave the formation. Originally, they thought Qianlong would use the formation to fend them off, but they had never thought he would leave without any hesitation at all. Did he not know that without the protection of the formation, he would directly face the combined attacks of several Divine Kings? The light in the eyes of the Divine Kings flickered. They hesitated when they saw how fearless Qianlong was. However, in the end, the 3 of them were unable to resist the great temptation of a primordial realm expert's legacy. With a flash, they surrounded Qianlong in a triangle. Just when the 3 of them were about to speak, sharp sword qi and the power of the laws of destruction appeared. Jianshan and Kea had struck out. A snow-white streak of light several meters long shot out from Jianshan's right hand. It seemed like his entire right arm had become a sword, stabbing towards one of the Divine Kings aggressively. Kea's hand contained the power of the laws of destruction as he attacked the second Divine King who had surrounded Qianlong. Mere overgods dare to attack us? Even if there's a supreme overgod among you, you're still ants in our eyes, the 2 Divine Kings sneered. Killing intent flickered through the eyes of the 2 Divine Kings. One of them wielded a spear, while the other wielded 2 swords. They struck out with the power of the laws of the Divine Kings. Immediately, divine might surged as surging energy shook up the surroundings. The moment the Divine King stabbed out with his spear, it turned into an extremely thin streak of light. It immediately pierced through space and arrived before Jianshan. The spear-wielding Divine King had naturally seen how Jianshan had repelled the hammer-wielding Divine King who had been humiliated by Yunxin with a single palm strike. However, he still did not take Jianshan seriously. This was because the hammer-wielding man was injured in the first place, so his strength had been drastically reduced. Coupled with the fact that he had underestimated his opponent, it made sense for him to be repelled by an overgod. As a result, in the eyes of the spear-wielding divine king, Jianshan was only a supreme overgod who had made it onto the overgod's plaque. As long as he did not come across an overgod who ranked in the top 10, he would not take him seriously. As for the overgods who ranked in the top 10, the spear-wielding god king knew every single one of them. The person before him was definitely not one of them. However, when his spear collided with Jianshan's sword qi, the spear-wielding divine king discovered in shock that he was unable to gain the upper hand at all in a direct clash with the divine king. What is this energy? The spear-wielding divine king was secretly surprised. Jianshan's strength did not come from the laws of the sword. Even though the laws of the sword were much more powerful than the laws that the spear-wielding divine king had comprehended, he could make up for it with his cultivation that surpassed Jianshan's. The true crux of the matter was the chaotic force that Jianshan practiced. Jianshan's presence skyrocketed as he radiated with surging sword qi. The light in his right hand expanded once again, going from 3 meters to 6. The sword qi was as resplendent as the stars as it stabbed into the spear-wielding divine king's chest. Spurt! The divine king immediately vomited blood. He was extremely shocked. Before Jianshan could attack his soul with the sword qi, he immediately retreated, moving several hundred meters away in a single instance. At the same time, Kea engaged in an intense battle with the sword-wielding divine king. In terms of battle prowess, Kea did not lose to Jianshan at all. As a matter of fact, her usage of the laws had already reached perfection, leaving Jianshan in the dust. As a result, her battle with the sword-wielding divine king also ended in just a few moves. Kea struck the divine king's back with a palm strike, sending him flying backwards with blood spurting out of his mouth. What a terrifying overgod! The only divine king who had not charged up personally witnessed this from nearby. He immediately gasped. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 divine kings that surrounded Qianlong were injured. Only the black-clothed woman remained. However, at this moment, the woman's eyes widened as she stared at this dramatic scene in disbelief. She felt rather dazed. Chapter 2039. 2 late overgods had actually defeated 2 early divine king in an open battle, and they had achieved victory with an overwhelming advantage. Just how shocking was this result? At that moment, the surroundings fell completely silent. Whether it was the divine king present or the overgods in the surroundings, they all stared at Jianshan and Kea in shock. Who are you? The spear-wielding divine king who had been injured by Jianshan stared at Jianshan in fear. His voice trembled slightly. Only by clashing with Jianshan personally could he truly sense Jianshan's strength. The spear-wielding divine king understood that it would not take much effort for Jianshan to kill him with the strength that Jianshan had displayed. However, he struggled to believe that there was actually such a powerful overgod. He had never clashed with the supreme overgod who ranked first on the overgod's plaque, so he did not know just how powerful Emoqing was. However, he was certain that not only was Jianshan no weaker than Emoqing, but he was even slightly more powerful. Jianshan ignored the spear-wielding divine king. He looked at the rather stunned woman in black and asked, "Ma'am, do you still want to continue fighting over the primordial realm expert's space ring?" The woman could not help but shiver inside when she met Jianshan's sharp gaze. She also possessed the strength of an early divine king. Her gaze towards Jianshan became filled with some rarely seen fear. "I am Yi Wei. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Your strength has truly broadened my horizons. The primordial realm expert's space ring is protected by 2 supreme overgods and a formation master. There really isn't anyone who dares to lay their hands on it on the 7th floor. Yi Wei will be taking her leave first." The woman clasped her hands at Jianshan and Kea before leaving without looking back. There were quite a few divine kings who had entered the Poseidon Palace, but some of the more powerful ones had already reached the very top. Not only were there extremely few divine kings who remained on the 7th floor, but they were basically all early divine king. As a result, there really was no one who possessed the strength to fight over the primordial realm expert's space ring on the 7th floor now that it had ended up in Qianlong's hands. As for the overgods, they did not even dare to think about it. Master Qianlong took out the space ring and arrived before Yun Xian step by step. He placed the space ring before Yun Xian and said slowly with his old voice, "You must have seen the origins of this space ring with your own eyes." Old Man personally removed it from the remains of a primordial realm expert. The old man did not take a look at what was inside. Yun Xian stared at Master Qianlong in a rather stupefied manner. She was extremely shocked. Not only was she shocked that Master Qianlong was able to get through the formation that had rendered all the late Divine King and even the experts on the Divine King's throne helpless, but she was also shocked by Jianchen and Keia's strength. She had heard that Jianchen and Keia were both supreme overgods before, but Yun Xian had thought that they were supreme overgods who did not rank particularly high on the overgods plaque, so she did not take them seriously. However, she had never thought that Jianchen and Keia would be so powerful, where they could defeat early Divine King in a crushing manner. Yun Xian was so shocked by this outcome that she still had yet to return to her senses. She did not even know whether she had heard what Master Qianlong had said to her. Master Qianlong continued, "There's probably a primordial realm expert's legacy in this space ring. Old Man will give you two choices right now. First, you can take the space ring and leave the cerulean Poseidon Palace, and the three of us will complete our agreement with your Yun family. From then on, we will have nothing to do with your Yun family. Second, you can give up on the primordial realm's legacy and continue to stay in the cerulean Poseidon Palace. We will protect you for the remaining year of the agreement. However, we might not be able to obtain a second primordial realm's legacy during that year." Master Qianlong stared at Yun Xian with shining eyes. "Miss Yun Xian, may I ask what your choice is?" Jianchen and Keia stared at Yun Xian as well. With Yun Xian beside them, they would not be able to do many things freely. For example, when they fought against the two Divine King earlier, the two of them did not dare to place all their attention on their opponents. They needed to pay some attention to Yun Xian to prevent anything from happening to her. As a result, they naturally hoped that Yun Xian would leave. Yun Xian returned to her senses. She suppressed her shock as she carefully thought about what Master Qianlong had said. She stared at the space ring on Qianlong's finger as the light in her eyes flickered. She was conflicted inside. She had come to the cerulean Poseidon Palace to train, but to play. She had come to see what the cerulean Poseidon Palace, that could attract so many large organizations in the Saints' world, was like. Therefore, in her heart, she had never thought of moving the inheritance inside. This was because the cerulean Poseidon Palace had been opened so many times already. Everything that could be taken away had been taken away long ago. What remained were legacies that many divine kings struggled to obtain even after trying various methods. As an overgod, it was impossible for her to contend against the divine kings. However, when Master Qianlong placed a space ring before her, Yun Xian felt extremely surprised. She also found it rather unreal. "Humph, you want to chase me away? I won't let you have your way," Yun Xian suddenly said. When she said that, she had deviated from Yun Xian's original intentions. She desired the space ring very much because it belonged to a primordial realm expert of the Taoist sect of Neptunia. It might contain everything about the primordial realm expert. If she obtained the space ring, it would hold extremely great significance to the Yun family. However, she turned it down in the end for some reason. "Let's go," Jianchen sighed gently. He was rather disappointed. "Miss Yun Xian, I hope you can behave yourself from now on." Keia glared at Yun Xian as he threatened her. Yun Xian blinked. This time, she surprisingly remained silent. Afterwards, they continued on their way. However, after what had happened, Yun Xin became obedient. Not only was she no longer the center of attention, but she would even hand the decision to Jianchen and the others at times. As a matter of fact, Yun Xin even asked Jianchen and the others which path they should take when they arrived at a fork in the road. This was impossible when they had just entered the cerulean Poseidon Palace. However, whenever Jianchen and the others suggested something or decided on something, Yun Xin would completely support it. She seemed to completely follow Jianchen and the others. The change in Yun Xin's attitude left Jianchen and the others in disbelief. They felt like she had become a completely different person, where they almost failed to recognize her. However, the three of them understood that this was all because of their strength. If they did not display extraordinary strength and continued to treat Yun Xin as ordinary people, Yun Xin's attitude would not have changed at all. Very soon, they arrived on the 8th floor of the cerulean Poseidon Palace. What entered their eyes was a world formed from endless volcanoes. The entire world was bright red, and the terrifying heat caused the space there to distort. These volcanoes were not regular volcanoes. Instead, they had been modified by the primordial realm experts of the Taoist sect of Neptunia through great abilities. The flames were extremely terrifying. Every single speck of sparkle would pose a fatal threat to overgods. Chapter 2040. Jianchen, Kea, Chanlong and Yunxin hovered in the air. Below them was a sea of fire completely composed of magma. The flames were extremely fierce, reaching several dozen meters into the air. From afar, it was an extremely magnificent sight. The ferocious and overbearing flames seemed to have become the only thing in this world. As they blossomed with their own dazzling brilliance, they also hid an extremely terrifying danger. Jianchen gazed over and discovered a few black rocks of various sizes floating in the sea of fire. The smallest ones were only several meters wide, while the largest ones were over 1,000 meters wide. At a closer glance, they would discover that the black rocks all floated in the magma that spewed out terrifying flames. They were like islands in the sea. They were just so eye-catching. Jianchen took out a medium-quality saint artifact from his space ring and directly tossed it into the magma below. As soon as the medium-quality saint artifact entered the magma, it immediately became bright red before melting at a visible rate. In just a few seconds, the medium-quality saint artifact had been reduced to a pool of liquid, fusing with the magma. Jianchen's eyes narrowed at the sight of this. He knew extremely well just how tough medium-quality saint artifacts were, yet such a tough medium-quality saint artifact was actually unable to endure the heat of the magma. The terror of the magma had completely exceeded his expectations. The black rocks floating in the magma seemed to be perlite ore. At this moment, Master Chanlong cried out. He stared at the black rocks of various sizes as shock filled his face. Perlite ore? What's that? Jianchen, Kea, and Yunxin all became confused as they stared at the black rocks. Master Chanlong sucked in a deep breath and said slowly, I've only seen records of perlite ore in an ancient book. I can't confirm whether the black rocks are perlite ore or not. Let me take a closer look. Master Chanlong immediately flew towards the closest black rock. In the end, he stopped several hundred meters above a black rock that was several meters wide. The power of the Divine King's cultivation formed a barrier around him, resisting the terrifying heat. The terrifying heat from the magma made it difficult for Master Chanlong to continue descending. Moreover, when he approached the black rock, he could feel that the heat from the black rock was several times more intense than the magma. Suddenly, Master Chanlong's body trembled violently. At this moment, even with his mental fortitude, he found it difficult to remain calm. He sucked in a deep breath and said with some excitement, That's right. It's exactly the same as recorded in the ancient book. These black rocks are all perlite Oregon. That's a high-grade god-tier material. Even if it's only the size of a fist, its value is unimaginable. However, there's actually so much perlite ore here. Hearing that, Jianchen finally understood what the perlite ore was. It was actually a high-grade God-tier material. God-tier materials were divided into 4 major grades: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. Among them, the 4 major grades of low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade were further divided into 9 subgrades, namely 3, 6, and 9 subgrades. Grades 1 to 3 were low-grade, 4 to 6 were mid-grade, and 7 to 9 were high-grade. Jianchen could not help but gasp when he saw the black rocks floating in the magma. If all the black rocks were perlite ore, he struggled to imagine just how great of a fortune the perlite ore here was. Jianchen descended from the sky. He wanted to land on a piece of perlite ore to study it carefully. However, when he was 50 meters away from the perlite ore, he was forced to stop. The perlite ore was extremely hot. Origin energy would vaporize in its vicinity. It was definitely more terrifying than the magma in the surroundings. Even with Jianchen's chaotic body, he could only get 50 meters away from the perlite ore. If he went any further, even his chaotic body would not be able to withstand it. Probably even late Divine King can't approach the perlite ore. Jianchen was secretly surprised. At the same time, he felt extremely regretful. No one would be in a good mood if they returned empty-handed from a mountain of treasure. Suddenly, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He extended a finger and a strand of sword qi immediately shot out. It struck the perlite ore below and produced a heavy sound. Under the ripples of energy, a red crystal on the perlite ore was blown into the air. Jianchen caught the red crystal. It was the size of an egg and irregular in shape. It was warm to the touch and hid extremely pure fire-attributed energy. Aside from the pure fire-attributed energy, Jianchen could also sense the presence of the laws of fire from the crystal. Yun Xian said when she saw the red crystal in Jianchen's hand, "This is a fire divine crystal." According to the people who left the Poseidon Palace in the past, fire divine crystals can only be obtained on the 8th floor of the palace. Because the divine fire crystal contains the divine fire laws, to martial artists who comprehend the divine fire laws, the divine fire crystal is a supreme treasure for cultivation. Not only is the fire-attributed energy in the fire divine crystal even purer than supreme-grade divine crystals, but more importantly, regular contact with the laws of fire in the fire divine crystal can assist in comprehending the laws of fire. Yun Xian glanced at Jianchen and continued, "Fire divine crystals are extremely valuable. If you take them to the saint's world, they'll be worth 10 times more than supreme-grade divine crystals at the very least." Jianchen's eyes lit up. He said, "If I cut the fire divine crystal in my hand according to the size of a divine crystal, I'll be able to cut it into 20 or 30 pieces. In other words, if I exchange it for supreme-grade divine crystals, I'll be able to get 200 or 300 pieces. If I have enough fire divine crystals." Jianchen looked at the chain of volcanoes nearby and said, "It's impossible for fire divine crystals to appear on the perlite ore for no reason. It looks like it came from the volcanoes. There should be a lot of fire divine crystals at the bottom of the volcanoes." That's right. There are indeed a lot of fire divine crystals at the bottom of the volcanoes. This has already been verified by many people who have ventured out from here. This is because every time the volcanoes erupt, many fire divine crystals will be expelled. Most of the fire divine crystals will fall into the lava, and only a tiny portion of them will land on the black rock, which will then be picked up by people. It's just a pity that the flames here are no ordinary flames, so no one can approach the volcanoes whenever they erupt. Once they come into contact with the flames, even the Divine King might die in the late stages, let alone reaching the bottom of the volcanoes. As a result, fire divine crystals aren't easy to obtain here, Yun Xian said with some regret. Yun Xian said with some pity. There was no longer any arrogance on her face right now. At this moment, the fire elemental energy in the surroundings suddenly surged. The entire world seemed to tremble. 10,000 kilometers away from Jianchen's group, a volcano erupted, shooting flames into the sky. The Poseidon Palace was only a few 100,000 meters wide from the outside, but the space inside had been transformed into miniature worlds by the past experts, making it extremely vast. As a result, the internal space of the Poseidon Palace could not be measured by the size of the Divine Palace from the outside. For example, the space on the 8th floor was far larger than 1,000,000 kilometers. Chapter 2041. When Gentian's group approached the place, the volcanoes there had already erupted. Several connected volcanoes shot out a huge streak of red light from boiling lava at the same time, piercing into the sky. These volcanoes were not like those in the natural world. Instead, they had been personally modified by the primordial realm experts of the Taoist sect of Neptunia. As a result, the eruption of these volcanoes could not be compared to those in the natural world. Looking from afar, the fiery red lava spewing out from these volcanoes really pierced into the clouds, merging with the red clouds high up in the sky. It actually gave people a feeling that it was connected to the heavens and earth, which was extremely spectacular. Jian Chun and the others all stayed far away. These volcanoes were extraordinary. When they erupted, they would spew out boiling lava, which made them extremely fearful. They could clearly sense that the lava actually possessed strands of the power of the laws of fire. It could pose a fatal threat to the Divine King. Furthermore, in this region, other than the few of them, there were quite a few people floating in the surrounding sky. They were all surrounding the erupting volcano and hiding far away from it. These people varied in cultivation. There were overgods and divine king. However, at this moment, all of them raised their heads to look at the sky. They stared at the lava that shot into the clouds without blinking at all. Finally, the lava spewed out from the volcano crater fell from the clouds, burning with flames. It turned into a rain of magma with a terrifying temperature, sprinkling in all directions and falling from the sky. When this rain of lava fell, the origin energy of this space seemed to be burning. Just a light breath would make one feel as if their internal organs were burning. The magma rain continued to spread in all directions as it fell, covering a radius of several hundred meters, causing all the warriors in this area to retreat as fast as they could. At this moment, a gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He discovered quite a few fire divine crystals in the rain of lava. They varied in size. The smaller ones were only the size of a fingernail, while the larger ones were the size of a person's head. It was also at this moment that the cultivators in the surroundings all took action. They all pulled out chain-like or rope-like saint artifacts. With a thought, all the chain-like and rope-like saint artifacts extended endlessly. They began to collect the fire divine crystals from very far away. Even the weakest saint artifact was a high-quality saint artifact. There were even quite a few supreme-quality saint artifacts. As a result, even though the lava was extremely terrifying and could easily melt medium-quality saint artifacts, it would not cause any damage to high-quality saint artifacts even if they accidentally came in contact with them. Moreover, all the cultivators did their best to prevent their saint artifacts from coming in contact with the lava as they collected the fire divine crystals. As a result, the awkward situation of their saint artifacts melting would not occur as they collected the fire divine crystals. Very soon, the rain of lava fell. It either fused with the sea of lava below or dripped onto the perlite or that floated in the lava, gradually disappearing. The temperature of the perlite or shur is terrifying. The reason why the lava has disappeared is not because it has fused with the perlite Oregon. Instead, it has been vaporized by the terrifying temperature of the perlite ore and reduced to nothingness. Jianshan sighed in amazement. There were a few small fire divine crystals scattered on the perlite ore as well. Most of the fire divine crystals that no one had collected had fallen into the sea of lava. Haha, we've gotten quite the harvest this time. If we convert it into supreme quality divine crystals, we'll have around half a cube. I'm rather lucky this time. I actually obtained 2 fire divine crystals the size of a person's head. In the distance, many cultivators who collected the fire divine crystals grinned from ear to ear. They all flaunted their harvests and were satisfied. However, not everyone was like that. At the same time, there were many people who had failed to collect anything and were dejected. Let's go to the next place. The volcanoes several tens of thousand kilometers away seemed to be about to erupt as well. Very soon, everyone dispersed. There were many people who remained on the 8th floor. Many of the Divine King knew their limit. They knew that the fortunes above were not something they could partake in. As a result, they remained on the 8th floor, waiting for the volcanoes to erupt so that they could collect the fire divine crystals. The 8th floor was extremely large. The volcanoes were densely packed together, one after another. The volcanoes would often erupt with many fire divine crystals. As a result, whenever the Azure Poseidon Palace opened, many people would remain on the 8th floor for a full decade before leaving with a large number of fire divine crystals. Jianshan did not collect the fire divine crystals. Instead, he stared at the churning sea of lava below him quietly. He frowned slightly as the light in his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Yun Xian seemed to understand what Jianshan was thinking when she saw Jianshan like this. She could not help but curl her lips and say, "The fire divine crystals at the bottom of the lava have probably formed a thick layer over time, but it's best if you don't try it. According to the rumors in the outside world, no one has ever ventured down there. Even the experts on the God King's throne avoid the magma. I've also heard that even some weaker infinite primes are unable to enter the lava." Jianshan did not become dejected. He said calmly, "With my current strength, I'm indeed unable to approach the lava. If my strength increases, the outcome might be different. Let's go." Jianshan's group of 4 continued onwards. After roughly looking around the 8th floor, they made their way to the 9th floor without any reluctance. He felt like the 8th floor was specially used to nurture the Pernite Oregon. There were no legacies left behind at all. However, he clearly did not have enough strength right now to try and obtain the Pernite Oregon. Let alone touching it, he could not even approach it. As for the fire divine crystals, the tiny amount that emerged from the volcano was not tempting to him at all because there was just too little of it. If he collected them at this rate, he might not be able to gather enough for a single interplanar teleportation formation even if he collected them for 10 years. What truly attracted him were the fire divine crystals at the bottom of the lava. The matter at hand right now is for my comprehension of the laws of the sword to break through as soon as possible. Only by reaching the major achievement of sword spirit can my chaotic body advance to the next level. Once I reach the 12th layer of the chaotic body, I should be able to last for a while even if I can't endure the terrifying heat of the lava. Then, using the defenses of the Anata Tower, it won't be impossible for me to collect the fire divine crystals at the bottom of the lava, Jianshan thought. P.S. On the 1st of January 2017, Xiaoyao has prepared a red packet for everyone. At that time, Xiaoyao will announce the password for the red packet. Although there aren't many red packets, they can be used as a form of entertainment. However, due to the fact that the Chaos Sword God's update time is not fixed on the various platforms, some platforms might even be delayed by a day. As a result, in order for everyone to receive the password for the red packet as soon as possible, Xiaoyao will announce the password for the red packet through Community Prestige. Please pay attention to it if you have not received Xiaoyao's Community Prestige. It will only take a minute. Xiaoyao's Community Prestige Signal. Xingzingxiaoyao 110-inch Xinxing Xiaoyao was the full pinyin of his pen name and the number 110. Chapter 2042. The path from the 1st floor to the 12th floor was no longer a secret in the Saints' world. After all, the palace had been opened far too many times, so there were naturally many people who had entered the 12th floor in the past. As a result, even if some organizations wanted to seal up the situation within the palace, they were unable to do so. Although Jianchun and the others did not have a complete understanding of the situation in the Neptunian Divine Palace, as a matter of fact, they did learn the precise path from the first floor to the 12th from Yun Lianqing. As a result, Jianchun's group found the entrance to the 9th floor with great ease and entered the 9th floor of the palace. The 9th floor of the palace was no longer a place that regular disciples could reach. In the past, when the Taoist sect of Neptunia was still around, all those who had the right to enter the 9th floor were people of great authority. None of them were weak. As a result, both the environment and the scenery on the 9th floor were extremely beautiful and magnificent. As far as the eye could see, the ground was an endless Aoyama river. The water was glossy and the sky was blue. Pure and surging origin energy permeated every inch of space, far surpassing any sacred grounds that Jianchun had seen before. In particular, a huge sun hung high in the sky. It was dazzling and gave off rings of rainbow light, making it difficult for people to look at it directly. Is that a god artifact? Jianchun looked at the sun in the sky as soon as possible, and his heart immediately shuddered. He had seen god artifacts before, and it was not just one. Whether it was the damaged armor or the Anata Tower, they were both god artifacts. However, all god artifacts possessed an extremely special presence and pulse. They were far more powerful than supreme quality saint artifact. At this moment, he also sensed the special pulse of a god artifact from the sun in the sky. That's right, it really is a god artifact. What extravagance, actually using a god artifact as a sun. Chanlong squinted his eyes as he stared at the sun in the sky. He sighed emotionally. God artifacts were absolute treasures in the saints' world. They were extremely rare. This was because many infinite primes in the saints' world did not possess God artifact. The treasures they used were still supreme quality saint artifact. The appearance of a God artifact, even if it was a God artifact of the lowest quality, was enough for many infinite primes to fight to the death. This was more than enough to demonstrate the value of God artifact. This should be the first time you've come to the Azure Poseidon Palace, right? At this moment, a voice rang out from nearby. A middle-aged man walked over with a friendly smile as he clasped his fist towards Jianchun's group. They had sensed the middle-aged man's existence long ago. When they entered the 9th floor, the middle-aged man just happened to come up from the 8th floor as well. Jianchun's people's attention, the primordial realm expert of course, and all, of course, the Divine King. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Shaozheng. The middle-aged man clasped his fist at Jianchun's group before looking at the scorching sun in the sky. He said, "It looks like you don't understand the situation in the Poseidon Palace very well. The scorching sun is indeed a god artifact, but in the Azure Poseidon Palace, every floor from the 8th floor onwards is a world. The space on each floor is so large that the floors below cannot compare to it. After the experts of the Taoist sect of Neptunia created such a huge world, they naturally had to maintain the stability of the world so that the 5 elements were present. The scorching sun is connected to the separation of yin and yang, so it's obviously essential. As a result, starting from the 9th floor onwards, the experts of the Taoist sect of Neptunia would use a god artifact to create a scorching sun on each floor, separating the yin and yang of the world. Of course, apart from the scorching sun, there's also the bright moon. However, the bright moon only exists in legends. No one who has entered the Azure Poseidon Palace has seen it. Why is that? Is there something special about the bright moon? Or has it been taken away by someone? Yun Xian asked curiously. She had never heard of this before. Shaozheng chuckled when he heard that. Taken away? The god artifacts used to stabilize the yin and yang of the world in the Poseidon Palace can't be taken away so easily. Moreover, it's impossible for primordial realm experts to enter the Neptunian Divine Palace. As mere god-kings, even if they rank first on the god-king's throne, it's impossible for them to take away god artifacts like that. That's because it's rumored in the saints' world that the god artifacts were personally cast down by the ancestors of the Taoist sect of Neptunia. Xiao Jing immediately became filled with respect when he mentioned the ancestors. He said sternly, "The ancestors of the Taoist sect of Neptunia are grand primes. They're existences that stand at the apex. Even chaotic primes can't take away the things they cast down, let alone the Divine King." It's said that the reason why the bright moon has vanished is related to the calamity that the Taoist sect of Neptunia faced over 3 million years ago. It's as if the moon vanished after the sect was destroyed. Xiao Jing paused when he reached there. There's another rumor in the saints' world. It's said that the sun and moon in the Azure Poseidon Palace are not as simple as they seem on the surface. There's an even deeper secret hidden within. When the sun disappears and the moon rises up again, the Azure Poseidon Palace will undergo a great change. A great change. This time, it was not just Yunxin. Even Jianchen, Chanlong, and Kea showed interest. Xiao Jing nodded sternly, indeed. It's rumored that it came from a supreme expert of the saints' world, but for some reason, it was leaked out and spread further and further in the saints' world. As a result, many people know about it now. However, no one knows what this great change represents, whether it's a blessing or a curse. This is because apart from those experts who can peer into the heavenly secrets, no one else has the right to come into contact with these secrets. Xiao Jing suddenly smiled freely when he reached there. He said, "Who cares if the Azure Poseidon Palace will undergo a great change? It's not like it has anything to do with us. Even if the sky collapses, there will be those great experts who will hold it up." "Oh right, I can see that you don't seem to be very familiar with the Azure Poseidon Palace. The 9th floor is so large, so not only will it be a waste of time if we search inch by inch, but it'll also be very difficult to discover anything. Even if we're lucky enough to find a dwelling left behind by a primordial realm expert, you have to know that the Azure Poseidon Palace has been opened so many times that it's no longer a secret to many large organizations. As a result, there will definitely be many divine kings trying to break through the formations outside the dwelling. There might even be supreme divine kings who sit on the divine king's throne. It'll indeed be very difficult for us to get a share of the loot with our strength. I just happen to know that there's a divine medicinal garden on the 9th floor. It's planted with a large number of god-tier heavenly resources, and there are even quite a few flowers of ways. Flowers of ways are divine items that have been imprinted with the laws of the world. If a divine king consumes them at their peak, they can increase their chances of breaking through to the primordial realm. Even to primordial realm experts, it has certain effects, so it's extremely valuable. I wonder if you're interested." Xiao Jing stared at Jianchen's group of 4 eagerly, but most of his attention was on Master Chanlong. Since there are so many god-tier heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden, there must be quite a few people fighting over them. Jianchen looked at Xiao Jing. Chapter 2043. "Xiao Jing, you wouldn't tell us all this for no reason, right? Tell us your conditions," Jianchen said. Xiao Jing had approached them of his own accord as soon as he had appeared. He was extremely enthusiastic and proactive, so he probably had other intentions. Xiao Jing was stunned when he heard Jianchen's words. He laughed involuntarily and said, "You're mistaken. I just saw how little you know about the situation in Poseidon Palace, which is why I shared some of the information I know with you. I hope it'll be of some help to you. The information I've just shared isn't actually a secret. I believe most of the people who have entered Poseidon Palace know a little about it. Why would I use such worthless information to negotiate with you? Although I'm not exactly a straightforward person, I'm not that shameless," Xiao Jing said seriously. Xiao Jing said solemnly. His expression faintly carried a sense of majesty, and there was also a sense of righteousness surrounding him. Jianchen stared at Xiao Jing calmly. The presence Xiao Jing gave off made him think of the divine king of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Xiao Zheng's current presence was extremely similar to the Divine King's. It was the presence of a ruler. As for the aura of an emperor, normally speaking, only those who ruled over a region, held a high position, and were crowned as emperors would possess such an aura. At this moment, Xiao Zheng paused before clasping his hands at Jianchen and the others. He said, "Of course, if you don't mind, I can be your guide. Although I don't know everything about Poseidon Palace, I do know most of it." Jianchen's interest was piqued by Xiao Zheng's suggestion. They just happened to lack a guide right now, so they could avoid some detours. As a result, he immediately agreed to Xiao Zheng's suggestion. Afterwards, Xiao Zheng joined Jianchen's group successfully. Afterwards, he directly led Jianchen's group to the Divine Medicinal Garden. Jianchen's group gained some understanding of Xiao Zheng along the way. Xiao Zheng came from the Hinyu Plain, which was not far away from the Tsang Poseidon Palace. As a matter of fact, they could see the Hinyu Plain clearly from outside the palace. Xiao Zheng did not come from a large sect or clan. Instead, he was the divine king of a divine kingdom. The divine kingdom was basically the same size as the divine kingdom of Pingtian, but due to the fact that the divine kingdom was located in an extremely remote location, it lacked resources. As a result, Xiao Zheng was the only divine king in the vast kingdom. Xiao Zheng had entered the Tsang Poseidon Palace several times as well. Each time, he would pay a certain price to purchase a spot from other organizations. The 9th floor was just too large. Even with Jianchen's group speed, they still took an entire day to arrive at the Divine Medicinal Garden Xiao Zheng had mentioned. The Divine Medicinal Garden was located in a valley. It was surrounded by mountains, and there was only a narrow, winding path that served as its entrance. What dense origin energy! This valley is actually where all the spiritual veins on the 9th floor converge. All the spiritual veins on the 9th floor nourish this valley. Jianchen could not help but sigh in amazement as he stood outside the valley. Even if an immortal tier heavenly resource was planted here, it would become a god-tier heavenly resource in an extremely short amount of time and become a god-tier heavenly resource. Jianchen's group flew into the valley along the narrow path. Aside from Xiao Zheng, all of them were stunned by what they saw as soon as they entered the valley. They stared at the scene with their mouths agape as shock filled their faces. A large swathe of heavenly resources had been planted in the huge valley. Whether it was the ground, the mountains, or the cliffs, they were everywhere. There were so many of them that it was unimaginable. Without any exception, all of the heavenly resources had reached the god tier. They were extremely valuable. Even though some of the heavenly resources were originally at the immortal tier, they had all reached the god tier after a long period of accumulation and growth in the unique environment of the valley. The only regret was that these god-tier heavenly treasures were all protected by a powerful formation. It was extremely difficult to obtain them. Over 1,000 people had gathered in the Divine Medicinal Garden. They were trying to get through the formation that protected the heavenly resources. Booms constantly rang out. Heavens, there are actually so many god-tier heavenly resources here. I've never even heard of such a huge pile of god-tier heavenly resources gathered in one place. Yunxin sighed in amazement. Her eyes burned with desire. No one would be able to remain calm if they saw so many god-tier heavenly resources all at once. Flowers of ways. There are actually over a dozen of them here. Jianchen slowly glanced over as he sighed in amazement. In the past, Fairy Haoyue had killed 9 Divine King Realm experts who guarded the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair for a single flower of ways. She had even offended the 9th Prince of the Blood Sun Empire because of that. However, there were actually over a dozen flowers of ways here. From their grades, they seemed to be much more valuable than the one Fairy Haoyue had obtained before. It really was worthy of being called the Divine Medicinal Garden. There are many heavenly resources here, but only around a dozen of them are taken away from the Palace of the Blue Poseidon whenever it opens, Xiao Zheng sighed gently. Let me get through the formation. Master Chanlong's eyes had turned red as well. His breathing had become rather heavy. Clearly, he struggled to remain calm as well. He immediately arrived before the nearest God-tier heavenly resource and began to study the formation. He was prepared to get through it. At this moment, a middle-aged man in tattered clothes and covered in blood rushed into the garden in a panic, fleeing for his life. When he discovered what was happening in the divine medicinal garden, he came to a halt. After being slightly stunned, his face immediately changed drastically. He wanted to turn around and flee. The only entrance to the divine medicinal garden was through the narrow path. The surrounding mountains were all covered in formations, so it was impossible to leap over them. Clearly, the middle-aged man was fleeing from his enemies. Entering the dead end, that was the divine medicinal garden, was basically a dead end for him. Naturally, the middle-aged man's arrival attracted the attention of some people nearby. Many people looked at him in an odd manner. Yun Xian discovered him as well. However, when Yun Xian saw the middle-aged man covered in blood, her face immediately changed. She subconsciously called out, "Uncle Lai." The middle-aged man immediately shuddered when he heard this. He stopped instinctively and looked back at Yun Xian. He was extremely shocked. Jianchen and Kea recognized the middle-aged man as well. They were surprised. They had seen the middle-aged man before. He was one of the 16 divine kings of the Yun family. He was called Yun Daolai. Yun Daolai's shock only lasted for a short moment. When he saw Yun Xian, he immediately turned around and arrived before Yun Xian in a flash. He shoved a space ring into Yun Xian's hand without leaving a trace and said secretly, "Take this ring and leave immediately. Get out." Chapter 2044. Yun Xian opened her mouth as she watched Yun Daolai fly away. She wanted to say something, but she stopped herself. Afterwards, she glanced at the space ring in her hand carefully and clenched it tightly, as if she was afraid of being discovered by someone unrelated to her. Yun Daolai was covered in wounds and covered in blood. He was extremely heavily injured, yet he still wanted to protect the space ring despite being so heavily injured. It went without saying how important the space ring was. Jianchen and Kea naturally sensed Yun Daolai's actions, which made their faces change slightly. Yun Daolai believed that he had done it extremely well, but unfortunately, perhaps because he was in a hurry to escape, he was in far too much of a hurry. Obviously, he would attract the attention of a few people in the surroundings. As a result, not only did Jianchen and Kea sense his actions when he passed the space ring to Yun Xian, but even some of the divine kings who were trying to collect the heavenly resources in the garden sensed Yun Daolai's actions as well. This was because Yun Daolai was only an early divine king. Many of the divine kings in the garden were more powerful than Yun Daolai, so he obviously could not fool them. Immediately, quite a few people shifted their gazes from the heavenly resources to Yun Xian. Many of their gazes were filled with undisguised greed. Clearly, all of them had realized how valuable the space ring was. At this moment, Master Chanlong had stopped trying to break through the formation. He gathered with Jianchen and Kea Yun Xian. The three of them were extremely stern. The three of them realized that they were in deep trouble. Yun Daolai was already busy with his own matters. Clearly, he had not realized just how much trouble he had caused Yun Xian and Kea Yun Xian. He charged out of the garden as quickly as he could. "I can't let them know that I've given the spiritual root of heavenly Tao to Yunxin. I can't let them know that the spiritual root of heavenly Tao is no longer in my hands. Otherwise, they'll find out where the spiritual root of heavenly Tao is. At that time, not only will the spiritual root of heavenly Tao be lost, but Yunxin will also lose her life. As a result, I need to draw them far away in the shortest amount of time possible so that Yun Xian has some time to leave." Yun Daolai's eyes were filled with madness. The spiritual root of the heavenly way was related to the hope of the Yun family's rise. Even if he had to lose his life, he had to protect the spiritual root of the heavenly way. Yunxin, you mustn't disappoint me. You must bring the spiritual root of the heavenly Tao out. Yun Daolai prayed in his heart. Now, he could only place his hopes on Yunxin. As for whether Jianchen and the others around Yunxin were reliable or not, Yun Daolai didn't have time to think about it. However, at this moment, a huge streak of sword light shone with resplendent light. It shot over from outside the narrow path. Yun Daolai's face suddenly changed as he came to a halt. His heart sank when he saw the strand of sword chi. He immediately drew a blade and slashed out. Boom! With a boom, Yun Daolai's blade collided with the sword chi. The sword chi collapsed, but Yun Daolai's attack was exhausted as well. However, when the sword chi dispersed, the laws of destruction were exposed. The laws of destruction were hidden within the sword chi. The moment the sword chi collapsed, the laws of destruction shot out like an arrow, piercing Yun Daolai's body with lightning speed. Spurt! Yun Daolai vomited blood as he was sent flying. He was knocked back into the divine medicinal garden. His pale face became even paler. Uncle Lai! Yunxin cried out. She wanted to charge over without any regard for her own safety, but Jianchen held her back firmly. There were already a few people slowly approaching Yunxin and the others in the divine medicinal garden, but the sudden development made them all stop. They all turned around and looked at the only entrance to the divine medicinal garden. Jianchen looked over as well. He was stern. Under everyone's gazes, an extremely handsome young man who seemed to be in his 20s slowly made his way into the divine medicinal garden. He wore white training clothes and held a sword in his hand. Behind the young man was an old man in a green robe. The old man's presence was completely concealed. He seemed just like an ordinary old man. He's actually just an over-god. An over-god has managed to heavily injure an early divine king with a single strike. Even if the early divine king is already heavily injured, his battle prowess is still shocking, the laws of the sword and the laws of destruction. This over-god has actually comprehended two laws with the greatest offensive power. How terrifying! This person must be famous on the over-god's plaque, and he must be ranked quite high. Discussions rang out in the divine medicinal garden. Many people whispered to each other secretly as they sighed in amazement. The young man with the sword was emotionless. His gaze was cold as he made his way towards Yun Daolai step by step. He did not move quickly, just like a mortal. However, there was an aura of supremacy emanating from his body. Especially the young man's piercingly cold gaze. As he gazed at Yun Daolai, it was like a supreme monarch looking down at an ant, and his cold gaze carried a strand of supreme arrogance. If a divine king behaved like this, it would not be strange at all. However, the young man just happened to be an over-god. Yun Daolai clearly feared the young man very much. As the young man approached him, he retreated as well. His face was ashen. No one can take away what I want. Hand it over. You can't keep the spiritual root of heavenly ways, the young man said coldly. What? The spiritual root of heavenly ways? I never thought that someone would actually obtain the spiritual root of heavenly ways. That's a treasure that even primordial realm experts would fight tooth and nail for. Cries immediately rang out in the surroundings. The spiritual root of heavenly ways. It's actually the spiritual root of heavenly ways. Xiao Jing was stunned as well. He murmured, it's said that the spiritual root of heavenly ways contains the ways of the world. When infinite primes use it, not only can they increase their cultivation by 1 heavenly layer to 3 heavenly layers in an extremely short amount of time, but it can also increase their chances of becoming a chaotic prime. In the Legends of the Saints world, basically all the people who ingest the spiritual root of heavenly ways have become chaotic primes. The people who haven't all died along the way. As the divine king of a small divine kingdom on the Hinyu plane, Xiao Jing did not possess great strength and had yet to come into contact with the primordial realm, but he did know quite a lot. Jianchen sighed in amazement when he heard that. A spiritual root of heavenly ways was basically enough to create a chaotic prime. The value of the spiritual root of heavenly ways was truly terrifying. Yun Xian was stunned as well. She thought, "Don't tell me there's a spiritual root of heavenly ways in the space ring Uncle I gave me earlier?" Although she thought like that, Yun Xian did not dare to check it. "Emo Ching, with your talent, you don't need the spiritual root of heavenly ways at all. Why do you have to compete with us?" Yun Daolai roared out in reluctance. In order to obtain the spiritual root of heavenly ways, they had paid a heavy price. 6 of the 16 divine king had died. This was because the spiritual root of heavenly ways was directly linked to the future of their Yun family. They had gone as far as to throw away their lives to obtain it. But now, the appearance of this young man made Yun Daolai despair. He knew that the spiritual root of heavenly ways that the 16 divine king of the Yun family had paid a heavy price for could no longer be taken away. When Yun Daolai called out the young man's name, it immediately led to an uproar in the divine medicinal garden. "What? Emo Cheng? He's Emo Cheng, the supreme overgod ranked first on the overgod's plaque?" The supreme overgod ranked first on the overgod's plaque, Emo Cheng, has actually entered Poseidon Palace as well. This is news that's enough to shake up the entire Poseidon Palace. Emo Cheng is the undisputed greatest overgod in the saints' world. It's said that Emo Cheng possesses an extremely deep understanding of his legacy. Even with the entire saints' world in perspective, his cultivation method is one of the best in the current saints' world. Is there still anyone who can match up to Emo Cheng among the overgods? Emo Cheng is so powerful that he can easily kill early divine kings. What kind of heaven-defying battle prowess is that? There's probably no one who can match up to Emo Cheng in the current saints' world. As long as a high-level divine king doesn't appear, no one can stop him. In the divine medicinal garden, the gazes of all the god kings gathered on Emo Cheng. There was surprise, envy, and fear. As for the few overgods present, they all looked at Emo Cheng with deep fear and admiration. Emo Cheng was a dazzling star among the overgods, illuminating the universe. His name had already spread across the 49 great planes and 81 great planets of the saints' world. This was because he was the strongest overgod. His name hung high on the overgod's plaque on the 49 great planes and 81 great planet. It was dazzling and eye-catching. P.S. On the 1st of January 2017, Xiaoyao has prepared a red packet for everyone. When the time comes, Xiaoyao will announce the password for the red packet. Although there won't be a lot of red packets, it can be used as a form of entertainment. However, due to the fact that the Chaotic Sword God's update time is not fixed on the various platforms, some platforms will even be delayed by a day. As a result, in order for everyone to receive the password for the red packet as soon as possible, Xiaoyao will release the password for the red packet through Gong Zhongwei. Please pay attention to it if you have not received Xiaoyao's Gong Zhongwei message. It will only take a minute. Xiaoyao's Gong Zhongwei message. Xingxingxiao 110 Xinxing Xiaoyao was the pinyin of his pen name and the number 110. Chapter 2045. Emo Cheng turned a deaf ear to the exclamations that came from all around him. Even the various envious and worshipful gazes were ignored by him. His heart was calm and composed, and was as firm as a rock. He was completely unaffected by the outside world. This was not because of his mental fortitude or cultivation. Instead, he had already become accustomed to being the center of attention no matter where he went. Emo Cheng stared at Yun Daolai coldly and said coldly, "Although I don't need the spiritual root of heavenly ways, the people around me do." Yun Daolai's face was vicious as he stared at Emo Cheng resentfully. He roared out reluctantly, "In order to obtain the spiritual root of heavenly ways, we've paid an extremely heavy price. 6 out of the 16 divine king in the clan have died. Have they died for nothing?" Emo Cheng's face did not change at all. He said coldly, "The strong prey on the weak. This has always been the law of survival in this world. Although you discovered the spiritual root of heavenly ways first, you don't have the strength to protect it at all. As a result, you can only pave the way for others. You might even end up as food. And I'm more powerful than you. Whether I want you to become food or not is up to me. Emoching acted like he was above everyone else. He did not take Yun Daolai seriously at all. However, he did indeed possess the right to do so now. With his strength, even if Yun Daolai was at his peak, he would not take him seriously. This was because he, Emoching, was the supreme overgod who ranked first on the overgod's plaque. His battle prowess was unrivaled, and there was no overgod who could stand up to him. Considering how you've lost so many people in order to obtain the spiritual root of heavenly ways, I can spare your life if you hand it over. Otherwise, die. When he spat out the word die, a dense killing intent immediately radiated from his body. He did not bother to hide it at all. Everyone in the divine medicinal garden had stopped what they were doing long ago. They all watched this quietly. Even though the spiritual root of heavenly ways made them envious, none of them dared to do anything, including the few late divine king. As the person who ranked first on the overgod's plaque, Emocheng's background was so great that he was not someone they could provoke. Moreover, even though the green-clothed old man behind Emocheng had concealed his aura so that no one in the garden was able to discern his cultivation, the more he did that, the more unfathomable they felt him to be. Ha ha ha, you want the spiritual root of heavenly Tao? Even if I die, I won't give it to you. Yun Daolai laughed aloud as determination filled his eyes. A space ring appeared in his hand. He wanted to detonate the space ring with the consciousness he had left in it. Emocheng's gaze turned cold. He let out a cold harumph and formed an incantation gesture with his left hand before pointing at Yun Daolai. The finger contained a mysterious and great power. Yun Daolai only felt his body tighten. At that moment, he was actually unable to move at all. He had been trapped by a mysterious power. Even though the imprisonment only lasted for a short moment, Emocheng had already arrived before Yun Daolai during that moment. He swung his sword and chopped off Yun Daolai's right arm mercilessly, taking away the space ring. What is this secret technique? A late overgod can actually make an early divine king pause for a moment. Many divine kings in the divine medicinal garden were secretly shocked. Their gazes towards Emocheng were filled with deep fear. Even though it was just a split second, it was enough to turn the situation around. Yun Daolai grunted painfully as he staggered backwards while clutching his severed arm. His face was pale. On the other side, Yunshin's eyes were completely red. She felt like a knife had been twisted in her heart when she saw Emocheng cut off Yun Daolai's arm. Yunshin clenched the space ring in her hand tightly. She was conflicted inside. She was hesitating over whether she should hand over the space ring to save her uncle's life or not. However, after learning about the effects of the spiritual root of heavenly ways, she also understood just how important it was to the Yun family. If she gave the spiritual root of heavenly ways to a great elder, not only would the great elder's cultivation increase from 1 heavenly layer to 3 heavenly layers in a short amount of time, but it was extremely likely for the great elder to become a chaotic prime in the future. Once the Yun family possessed a chaotic prime, they would immediately become a peak organization in the Sky Empire. They would basically stand on equal footing with the imperial family. The spiritual root of heavenly ways was directly related to the hopes of the Yun family rising up. Yunshin carefully extended the senses of her soul into the space ring. She wanted to confirm whether the spiritual root of heavenly ways was in her hands or not. The space ring was empty. There was only a root that was less than a foot long at the very center. It radiated with the power of ways as if it contained the truths of the world. Yunshin confirmed that it was the spiritual root of heavenly ways the moment she saw it. After some hesitation, Yunshin shoved the space ring into Genshin's hands and said secretly, Jianchen, there's something I really hope you can help me with. You must have guessed it already. There really is a spiritual root of heavenly ways in this space ring. I'll give you the spiritual root of heavenly ways right now. Immediately leave the Azure Poseidon Palace with the spiritual root of heavenly ways and give it to the great elder of our Yun family. From today onwards, you will be the greatest benefactor of our Yun family. Our Yun family will never mistreat you. Yunxin felt extremely helpless when she made this decision. She knew that Emoqing would learn that the spiritual root of heavenly ways was in her hands very soon. She had no confidence in escaping from Emoqing. The only thing she could do was place her hopes on Jianchen. Even though she knew that this decision would also lead to the risk of Jianchen taking the spiritual root of heavenly ways for himself, she really had no other choice. Even if the spiritual root of heavenly ways really does end up in Jianchen's hands, it's still better than it ending up in Emoqing's hands. Yunxin sighed inside. Jianchen was stunned. He turned his head slightly and stared at Yunxin in surprise. I won't leak the news that the spiritual root of heavenly ways is in your hands. I'll create an illusion that the spiritual root of heavenly ways is in my hands to keep Emoqing busy and buy you some time, but it won't be for much longer. Hurry up and leave the Azure Poseidon Palace as quickly as you can, Yunxin said again. Determination filled her eyes. If you trick Emoqing, it's impossible for Emoqing to spare you. Only death awaits you. You need to consider this carefully, Jianchen replied. Yunxin gritted her teeth. She said with determination, if my death can give the Yun family a brand new future, then I'll die with no regrets. Jianchen stared at Yunxin for a very long time. In the beginning, he was extremely repulsed by the young lady of the Yun family. However, only now did he truly see the other side of Yunxin. You don't have it. Emoqing's eyes became colder and colder. Killing intent shone from his eyes. He casually tossed the space ring he had taken from Yun Daolai to the ground and said coldly, Tell me, where is the spiritual root of heavenly ways hidden? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Yunxin's face changed as she immediately urged Jianchen. She knew that she could not keep it a secret for much longer. Jianchen handed the space ring back to Yunxin. He said through his voice, They're blocking the exit. You can't leave even if you want to. Moreover, do you think anyone will be able to leave before Emoqing finds the spiritual root of heavenly ways? Although Emoqing's strength isn't enough to catch the attention of some divine kings, the old man beside him is extraordinary. Jianchen was unable to see through the old man's strength as well. This was because the old man hid his strength far too well. No matter how he looked at him, he seemed like an ordinary person. However, Kea could even see through hidden infinite primes, so the old man obviously could not hide from Kea. Kea had already told Jianchen that the old man was extremely powerful, far more powerful than any divine king she had encountered so far. Fellow Emoqing, I saw this person hand a space ring to this woman earlier. If I've guessed correctly, the spiritual root of heavenly ways should be in there. At this moment, a divine king in the garden clasped his fist and said before pointing towards Yunxin. Not only was Emoqing first on the Overgod's plaque, but he would definitely become an expert on the same level as the divine king in the future. Moreover, his background was tremendous, so many people were willing to befriend him. Clearly, the divine king in the garden wanted to befriend Emoqing by telling him this. Yun Xian's face immediately became extremely pale. Emoqing slowly made his way towards Yunxin as a powerful pressure slowly radiated from him. Hand over the spiritual root of heavenly ways. Emoqing's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared right at Yunxin. Yunxin did not dare to look him in the eye. Yunxin tightened her grip on the space ring. She was also unwilling to accept this. After all, this was related to the hopes of her Yun family rising up. However, she also knew that even though she possessed the spiritual root of heavenly ways right now, she could not keep it. The hopes of our Yun family rising up have been destroyed by my hands, just like this. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Yunxin's eyes. She looked at the space ring in her hand reluctantly. She was about to hand it over to Emocheng. At this moment, she had no other choice at all. The spiritual root of heavenly ways already belongs to someone, and it's related to the hopes of her clan rising up. Emocheng, it's best if you don't force her. At this moment, Jianchen walked over and blocked Yunxin's path. He stared at Emocheng calmly. Emocheng was surprised when he saw Jianchen block his path. Jianchen did not conceal his presence, so he could clearly sense that Jianchen's cultivation was the same as his. They were both late overgods. Who knew how many years it had been since a late overgod had dared to disobey him? All the overgods and the divine king gathered in the divine medicinal garden were stunned when they witnessed this. Disbelief filled their faces. Who is this kid? He really doesn't know his place. Does he think he's the divine king? How dare he talk back to Emocheng? In Emocheng's eyes, he's nothing compared to the divine king. So what if he's a god king? Didn't you see the battle prowess he displayed earlier? It's far greater than many early god kings. Don't tell me this wild kid hasn't even heard of the overgod's plaque. He's only a late overgod, yet he dares to talk back to Emocheng. He really is looking for death. Discussions rang out in the divine medicinal garden. Many people mocked and mocked Jianchen. Of course, there were a few people who looked at Jianchen sympathetically. It was indeed praiseworthy to lend a helping hand in the face of injustice, but they had to act within their means. On the 1st of January 2017, Xiaoyao has prepared a red packet for everyone. When the time comes, Xiaoyao will announce the password for the red packet. Although there won't be a lot of red packets, it can be used as a form of entertainment. However, due to the fact that the Chaotic Sword God's update time is not fixed on the various platforms, some platforms will even be delayed by a day. As a result, in order for everyone to receive the password for the red packet as soon as possible, Xiaoyao will announce the password for the red packet through the Community Prestige channel. Please pay attention to it if you haven't listened to Xiaoyao's Community Prestige channel. It will only take a minute. Xiaoyao's Community Prestige channel, Xingxingxiao 110-inch Xinxing Xiaoyao, was the full pinyin of the pen name, plus the number 110. Readers of the Sword God and fans of the Sword God, please listen in. Chapter 2046. You sure are bold to interfere with my matters. Emocheng stared at Jianchen coldly as he said emotionlessly. Kea, who stood beside Jianchen, became furious when he heard that. Emocheng was only a late overgod, the same level of cultivation as them, yet he was so arrogant and condescending. Yunxin had already become filled with despair. Although she knew that Jianchen and Kea were very powerful and were also supreme experts on the overgod's plaque, Emocheng's name was just too resounding. He ranked first on the overgod's plaque. Just this ranking alone was enough to make many people fearful. As for Xiaojing, he felt uneasy as well. He was an early divine king. Yunxin could not compare to him in terms of both knowledge and insight. Jianchen and Kea's battle against the two divine king on the 7th floor allowed him to clearly witness the strength of Jianchen and Kea. Xiaojing believed that even if Jianchen and Kea were not Emocheng's opponent in an open battle, they would not be too far off. However, there was an azure-robed old man behind Emocheng who was completely unfathomable. With the old man present, it was impossible for them to gain any benefit. As a result, in Xiaojing's opinion, offending Emocheng was a very unwise decision. It's rather troublesome now, Xiaojing frowned. Jianchen did not mind Emocheng's coldness at all. He smiled indifferently and said, I promised the Yun family that I would protect Miss Yunxin for a year in the Poseidon Palace. As a result, anyone who wants to harm Yunxin will have to go through me first. With that, many people in the divine medicinal garden immediately sneered. They all looked at Jianchen as if they were looking at an idiot. Who is this person? He's so arrogant, daring to speak like this in front of Emocheng. Although Emocheng is a little arrogant, He has the right to be arrogant. Who was this little rascal? I've never heard of him before. He doesn't seem like a supreme figure in the top 10 of the Overgod's plaque, yet he's bold enough to challenge Emoching. He still wants to protect me for a year. After offending Emoching, he can't even protect himself now. The green-clothed elder behind Emoching also lifted his eyes at this moment. His gaze landed on Jianchen as a sliver of surprise appeared on his face. Emocheng's eyes flashed as he said, "Get past you? If you were a slightly more powerful early-stage divine king, I might have taken you seriously. But right now, you're nothing more than an ant in my eyes. You don't have the right to block my path. Back down." With that, Emoching extended a finger, and a strand of sword qi immediately shot out. With a sharp light, it shot towards Jianchen as a bolt of lightning. He was rather conceited. He believed that no one among overgods was his opponent, so he did not take Jianchen seriously at all. He did not even bother to use a sword. This Emoching really is a supreme overgod who ranks first on the overgod's plaque. His strength really is extraordinary. Just the sword qi he has casually shot out is not something regular late overgods can contend with. His comprehension of the laws of the sword is no weaker than mine. He's reached the limits of the partial achievement of sword spirit and is only a step away from the major achievement of sword spirit, Jianchen thought. He was composed and composed. He also extended a finger, and a strand of sword qi shot out. Swish! The sword qi tore through the air with lightning speed. With a flash of silver-white light, the two strands of sword qi collided, erupting with a heavy sound. I never thought this little rascal would have grasped the laws of the sword. So what if he has grasped the laws of the sword? The same law in the hands of different people will unleash different powers. How can this brat, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, be a match for Emoching? Just watch. With just this, we'll be able to determine the winner, many people discussed. No one was optimistic about Jianchen's chances. But very soon, the people who originally looked down on Jianchen were all taken aback. When the two strands of sword qi collided in the air, they both collapsed. Neither of them managed to gain the upper hand. Jianchen and Emoching were equally matched in this clash. I couldn't tell. This kid has some strength. That doesn't mean anything. That was just a very casual strike from Emoching. He didn't even use a sword. If Emoching was a little more serious, he would only need a few moves, no, just a single move, to defeat his opponent. Emoching's eyes narrowed. He said coldly, "To be able to block my sword qi so easily, you really do have some strength. You have the right to make me use a sword." A sword appeared in Emoching's hand. The entire sword was enveloped by a hazy layer of light. Sword qi pulsed at the tip of the sword, radiating with powerful sword qi. A supreme quality saint artifact. Jianchen looked at the sword in Emoching's hand. The high-quality saint artifact that he had once used, the startling rainbow sword, had already shattered. He had always been searching for a suitable supreme quality saint artifact, but even now, he had yet to find one that satisfied him. Look, Emoching is going to use his full strength. It's extremely rare to see the battle of the champion of the Overgod's plaque. All the Overgods in the divine medicinal garden gathered their attention. Even some of the divine kings were drawn over. The light in Xiao Zheng's eyes flickered as well. He also anticipated the battle between Jianchen and Emoching. He wondered just how much of a difference there was between Jianchen and Emoching. I won't hold back when I attack next. It's still not too late for you to back off now. You need to understand that you can't stop me from obtaining the spiritual root of heavenly ways, Emoching said coldly and emotionlessly. Are you so sure that I can't stop you? Unless you get the person behind you to do it, Jianchen said calmly. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the azure-robed old man behind Emoching. He glanced at Jianchen meaningfully and chuckled, "Little guy, don't worry. As long as the Divine King doesn't appear, the old man obviously won't do anything either. Speaking of which, the old man really does hope that you can defeat Emoching and take him down a peg or two. With a flash, the azure-robed old man had already retreated several kilometers away. However, he also knew that it was far, far too difficult to find an overgod who could defeat Emoching. Emoching did not care about what the azure-robed old man had said. His eyes shone brightly as battle intent surged. He said, "Since you're so confident, I'll promise you that if you defeat me, I'll give up on the spiritual route of heavenly ways." With that, Emojian directly struck out. His sword shone brightly as if it had fused with him. He directly stabbed his sword towards Jianchen. Jianchen took a step forward and went up to receive the attack. He condensed sword chi in his right hand and used it to fend off his opponent. "They're fighting. Let's see how long that person can last against Emoching. Is there even a need to watch? It definitely won't last more than 3 moves." Everyone held their breaths in the divine medicinal garden as they watched the battle attentively. Even some late god kings were attracted by the sight of Emoching, who ranked first on the overgod's plaque, fighting in person. Ding! With a clear sound, the sword chi condensed in Jianchen's hand struck the back of Emocheng's sword. As Jianchen's sword chi was extremely condensed, almost tangible, the strike actually produced the thrum of metal. When the two powerful forces collided, a powerful energy shockwave was produced. Scattered strands of sword chi filled the sky, but they were unable to do any damage to the divine medicinal garden. This was because all the god-tier herbs, including every single blade of grass and tree, were protected by powerful formations. Let alone them, even late Divine King or the Supreme Divine King below the Divine King would struggle to break through. What power! Emoching was surprised. When his supreme quality Saint artifact collided with Jianchen's sword chi, he only felt an extremely great power pass through the sword chi, shaking up his entire right arm until it became numb. However, in the next moment, Emocheng's eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw Jianchen's right hand become covered in a layer of bright light. He had actually directly grabbed the sword with his hand. Chapter 2047. Emocheng's sword shone brightly. As his right arm twitched, he wanted to directly cut off Jianchen's hand that held his sword. However, when Emocheng tried to swing his sword to cut off Jianchen's hand, he felt like his sword had been locked tightly by a great clamp. He was actually unable to control his supreme quality Saint artifact at all. That was not all. To his surprise, he actually struggled to harm Jianchen's hand even when he used his full strength. Emocheng's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw this. He was shocked by the toughness of Jianchen's body. Jianchen moved extremely quickly. He gripped Emocheng's sword with his right hand, and at the same time, he suddenly struck out with his left hand. It turned into a finger, stabbing towards Emocheng as a faint blur. Swish! Jianchen moved just too quickly. Many overgods struggled to see him clearly. Every single move and strike he used had surpassed the level of overgods, reaching the level of the Divine King. Only a supreme prodigy like Emocheng could fend off overgods like them. In just a single instance, Jianchen's finger arrived before Emocheng's chest. The eyes of the azure-robed old man who had come with Emocheng immediately shone brightly. He stared at Jianchen closely as he was shocked inside as well. Emocheng's face changed slightly. He finally became stern from his carefree attitude. He bellowed out and no longer held back at all. He used the laws of the sword and the laws of destruction at the same time. The two powers of laws revolved around him, and as he extended a finger, the two powers of laws immediately shot towards Jianchen as an arrow. With a boom, the sword chi condensed in Jianchen's left hand collided with Emocheng's two powers of laws. The sword chi nullified each other, turning into fragments of sword chi that shot off in all directions like resplendent firework. After all, both of them possessed the same comprehension of the laws of the sword. They were both at the peak of the partial achievement of sword spirit, only a step away from the major achievement of sword spirit. In the competition of sword Dao laws, no one gained the upper hand. However, Emo Qing had comprehended two laws after all. After the sword qi dispersed, the remaining laws of destruction did not weaken at all. Carrying a portion of Emo Qing's cultivation, it continued to shoot towards Jianchen as a black streak of light. Immediately, the presence of destruction permeated the surroundings, destroying everything. It forced the origin energy in the surroundings to retreat, and all the spectating overgods were extremely shocked. Jianchen's face did not change. He clenched the fingers on his left hand into a fist as chaotic force surged within him. Not only did he push his body's defenses to the limit, but a strand of chaotic force also burst out of his body and enveloped his fist as a faint, black light. It also radiated with a presence of destruction. This aura was different from the laws of destruction. It was much stronger and more violent than the laws of destruction. If the laws of destruction were a furious beast, then the presence of chaotic force was a furious, bloodthirsty beast that had gone completely berserk. Boom! Jianchen's fist continued onwards with an unstoppable force, dispersing Emo Qing's laws of destruction in a single stroke. Afterwards, his fist did not slow down at all. It continued on like a hot knife through butter, striking Emo Qing's chest with great force with a heavy thud. The power contained in this punch was extremely strong, and it directly turned Emo Qing's clothes into powder, revealing the inner armor that Emo Qing was wearing underneath. At this moment, the inner armor flickered with light. It pulsed with energy, forming layers of defenses to protect Emo Qing, blocking the power from Jianchen's fist. A supreme quality saint artifact. Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He could tell with a single glance that the inner armor was also a supreme quality saint artifact. Its defenses were extremely great. Defensive supreme quality saint artifacts were extremely valuable in the saint's world. They were extremely precious, far surpassing offensive supreme quality saint artifacts. Even though Emo Qing was protected by a supreme quality saint artifact, Jianchen's strike basically failed to injure him at all. However, Jianchen possessed the chaotic body after all. His body was extremely tough, so the great power in the punch still forced him to stagger back. Jianchen gripped Emo Qing's sword firmly with his right hand as he suddenly pulled back forcefully. Through the sword, he directly pulled Emo Qing back. He pressed forward and arrived before Emo Qing with a single step. He continued to swing his bloodied left hand towards Emo Qing. Emo Qing was stern as surging energy gathered around him. The laws of the sword and the laws of destruction condensed as well, clashing with Jianchen. His supreme quality saint artifact was gripped by Jianchen's right hand, so he was unable to break free immediately. Faced with Jianchen's close-range attack, Emo Qing could only force himself to receive it. Bang! 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 With a series of heavy sounds, Jianchen changed between his fists and palms as he clashed with Emo Qing time and time again. Even though Emo Qing grasped the laws of the sword and the laws of destruction, Jianchen still managed to suppress Emo Qing with the advantage of the chaotic body. Jianchen struck out extremely quickly. He threw punch after punch, palm after palm. He used his laws of the sword to nullify Emo Qing's laws of the sword and his chaotic force and chaotic body to block Emo Qing's laws of destruction and cultivation. He possessed the upper hand every time he struck out, striking Emo Qing several times. However, Emo Qing was protected by a supreme quality saint artifact, so he was not injured at all by Jianchen's attacks. On the other hand, both Jianchen's left hand and the right hand that gripped Emo Qing's sword were covered in blood. After all, he was made of flesh and blood. Even though the chaotic body was very powerful, he was unable to remain unscathed against Emo Qing's attack. Many overgods struggled to see the battle between Jianchen and Emo Qing clearly in the divine medicinal garden. Even with the senses of their souls, They only knew that Emoching was unscathed while Jianshan's hands were injured. However, the God Kings saw everything clearly. This result left all of them dumbfounded. They were all stunned on the spot. They found it difficult to accept. Emoching was the supreme overgod who ranked first on the overgod's plaque. He was renowned throughout the saints' world. His strength was so great that he was the undisputed strongest overgod even with the entire saints' world in perspective. However, at this moment Emoching, who was publicly acknowledged to be invincible among overgods, had actually been suppressed by someone at the same level as him. Moreover, his opponent was an unknown overgod. This outcome shocked everyone present. The Divine King understood that the reason why Emoching remained unscathed was not because of his strength. Instead, it was because he possessed a supreme quality saint artifact. Emoching's supreme quality saint artifact could be described as both offensive and defensive. Whether it was offensive or defensive, it had reached perfection. However, his opponent, the unknown overgod, had yet to use a single saint artifact. Who is this overgod? Where did he come from? Everyone was extremely shocked. Many of them guessed Jianshan's identity. The battle prowess that Jianshan had displayed had a great impact on all the Divine King. Emoching was able to kill an ordinary early Divine King as a late overgod. That was already impressive enough to shake up the saints' world. However, they had discovered an overgod who was even more powerful than Emoching. Arg! Emoching bellowed out at the sky. His presence skyrocketed, surging into the clouds. At that moment, he felt extremely furious. Even though he had clashed with Jianshan several times, he had been completely suppressed. If it were not for his supreme quality saint artifact, his wounds would have been far more severe than Jianshan's. He struggled to accept this outcome. The laws of destruction and the laws of the sword condensed at the same time. Emoching erupted with all his power and condensed it in his left hand. He struck out as hard as he could against Jianshan's sword. P.S. On the 1st of January 2017, Xiaoyao has prepared a red packet for everyone. When the time comes, Xiaoyao will announce the password for the red packet. Although there won't be a lot of red packets, they can be used as a form of entertainment. However, due to the fact that the Chaotic Sword God's update time is not fixed on the various platforms, some platforms will even be delayed by a day. As a result, in order for everyone to receive the password for the red packet as soon as possible, Xiaoyao will release the password for the red packet through Community Prestige. Please pay attention to it if you have not listened to Xiaoyao's Community Prestige. It will only take a minute. Xiaoyao's Community Prestige signal, Xingxingxiao 110-inch Xinxing Xiaoyao, was the full pinyin of the pen name, plus the number 110. Readers of the Sword God, fans of the Sword God, please listen in. Chapter 2048. The sword immediately produced a clear thrum after receiving Emocheng's palm strike. It began to tremble violently. As all the power gathered in Emocheng's left hand poured into the sword, the light from the sword immediately swelled. It erupted with unparalleled power. The laws of the sword and the laws of destruction coexisted, erupting with resplendent light. Jianshan frowned slightly. Chaotic force also surged from his right hand that gripped the sword. However, the power that erupted from Emocheng's sword was just too great. As the sword chi surged, it actually broke free from Jianshan's grasp. Jianshan's right hand had already become dyed red. It was the chaotic blood that had seeped out from his hand. After all, he had restrained a supreme quality saint artifact. The saint artifact itself possessed extraordinary power, and now that it was being used by Emoching, the supreme overgod who ranked first on the overgod's plaque, he would still be injured even with his chaotic body. Emoching regained control over the supreme quality saint artifact, and his presence skyrocketed. His vital energies had all been raised to their peak condition. They shone like lightning, which was extremely shocking. Powerful sword intent revolved around him. You are indeed worthy of being my opponent. You have the right for me to use my full strength, Emoching said coldly. Emoching said coldly. He was emotionless and extremely cold. In the clash earlier, his sword had been bound, forcing him to engage in close combat with Jianchun. He had completely lost the upper hand, which was difficult for him to accept. As a result, he had already made up his mind. He would definitely redeem himself in the upcoming battle and defeat his opponent in an invincible manner. Mind and soul as one, sword chi of human vitality, Emoching called out. His presence surged as his hair fluttered in the wind. The supreme quality saint artifact in his hand shone like the sun. It was extremely resplendent, dyeing the entire divine medicinal garden snow white. As he suddenly swung down with his sword, a huge strand of sword chi immediately appeared as a silver-white streak of light. It possessed a portion of Emocheng's vital energies as it suddenly swung towards Jianchun. The streak of light was like a waterfall, rapidly extending through the air. It moved as quickly as it could. In the divine medicinal garden, many of the early Divine King were secretly shocked. Emocheng's attack made many of them feel a fatal threat. More than half of the early stage Divine King gathered here didn't have the confidence to withstand this attack. Daluo Sword Chi. However, Jianchun remained composed. He formed a seal and a strand of golden sword chi condensed. He wielded the Daluo sword and stabbed out. As soon as the sword appeared, Jianchun's entire mind seemed to fuse with the sword chi. At this moment, Jianchun felt as if his soul had fused with the sword chi in his hand. In an instant, a flash of inspiration appeared in Jianchun's mind. Vaguely, he seemed to have grasped something and had a kind of hazy enlightenment. However, in the end, it wasn't too clear. It was very vague, passing by in a flash, causing him to not truly comprehend it in the end. Boom! With a boom, the Daluo sword chi shone with golden light. The sword chi was startling. When it collided with Emocheng's mortal vitality sword chi, the mortal vitality sword chi that had fused with a portion of Emocheng's vital energies was actually no match for the Daluo sword chi. It was dispersed by the sword chi. Impossible, this is impossible. Emocheng's face was filled with disbelief. The mortal vitality sword chi was a battle skill of quite an impressive grade, yet it was no match for Jianchun's golden sword chi. He struggled to accept this. Before Emocheng could react, the dim Daluo sword chi turned into a streak of light under Jianchun's control, striking Emocheng with lightning-like speed. With a great boom, powerful shockwaves wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Emocheng was blown far away. His supreme quality saint artifact armor flickered, protecting him. Jianchun's attacks did not stop at all. They were as fierce as a storm. He formed a seal with his sword and condensed the Daluo sword chi again. He pursued Emocheng. His presence surged as his battle intent surged. He seemed invincible among his peers. In the divine medicinal garden, all the Divine King became utterly stunned. Their hearts churned. They were unable to remain calm at all. All of them looked at Jianchun. An overwhelming change had occurred. Even Xiao Zheng and Yunxin, who had seen Jianchun in action before, were stunned by Jianchun's strength. Only Kea and Master Chanlong, who understood Jianchun's strength extremely well, remained composed. Unity of world, sky-splitting sword chi. Emocheng became sterner and sterner. He knew that the opponent he was facing right now was unprecedentedly powerful. He immediately formed a seal with his hand and used his battle skill again, sending out a second strand of sword chi. The sky-splitting sword chi was even more powerful than the mortal vitality sword chi. It tore through the air with shocking might, causing the surroundings to change. It really did possess the power to split apart the world. Jianchun did not dodge the attack. Chaotic force filled his entire body as he used his body to receive the attack. Spurt! The sky-splitting sword chi pierced Jianchun's chest. Under the devastating sword chi, Jianchun's organs were pulverized. However, Jianshan's expression did not change at all. His gaze was extremely sharp as he condensed the Daluo sword qi in his right hand and lunged forward. He arrived before Emo Qing in a single instance. The Daluo sword qi shone with golden light as it stabbed towards Emo Qing. With a great boom, all the power of the Daluo sword qi struck Emo Qing without weakening at all. It immediately erupted with a deafening boom. Jianshan had traded injury for injury. He had paid the price of injuring himself so that Emo Qing could endure all the power of the Daluo sword qi. The power of the Daluo sword qi was indeed very shocking. In particular, as Jianshan's strength rapidly increased, the power of the sword qi rapidly increased as well. Even with the protection of a supreme quality saint artifact, Emo Qing was unable to completely protect himself from the sword qi. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was blown far away like a broken kite. As for Jianshan, he circulated his chaotic force. The chaotic blood from his chest actually flowed back into his wound, as if it was attracted by something. Under the supreme recovery of the chaotic body, his wounds rapidly healed. Emo Qing's body slammed into the mountain rock behind him with a loud bang. Every single blade of grass and tree there was protected by formations, so the rocks were naturally unscathed. However, Emo Qing was reduced to a horrible shape. Arg! Emo Qing stood there with disheveled hair as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He roared out furiously at the sky as the laws of the sword and the laws of destruction revolved around him. He gave off a presence that could make many early divine king tremble. He slowly swung his sword before him as the laws of the world permeated it. The laws of the sword and the laws of destruction rapidly condensed. Clearly, he was using a powerful battle skill. Jianshan's eyes were cold as his presence surged. Even though his clothes had been dyed red with blood, he still stood there like an undefeatable god of war. He gave off a feeling of invincibility. He formed a seal with his hand, and his presence suddenly changed. Sword qi condensed around him as he turned into a sword, charging towards Emo Qing with an unstoppable presence. Tai sword technique. From afar, Jianshan was surrounded by resplendent light, making him seem like a huge sword as he shot out with lightning speed. With a flash of light, Jianshan appeared before Emo Qing before many people could see him clearly. Fast. He was just far too fast. Let alone overgods, even some early divine kings were unable to react in time, let alone block. Bang! Emo Qing did not have the time to use his battle skill at all. Jianshan had turned into a sword and stabbed him with terrifying might. The power of Jianshan's sword technique was just too shocking. It was far greater than when he used the laws of the sword alone. Even though Emo Qing was protected by a supreme quality saint artifact, which nullified most of the power, he was still struck to the point where blood constantly spurted from his mouth. His face became extremely pale, and he was knocked away powerlessly, landing heavily on the ground. This time, Emo Qing struggled to stand up. He was extremely heavily injured. If it were not for the supreme quality saint artifact, he would have died on the spot already. The divine medicinal garden fell silent. Everyone was silent as they stared at Jianshan with mixed feelings or at Emo Qing who had collapsed on the ground in disbelief. They were greatly shocked. Emo Qing ranked first on the Overgod's plaque. He was an unrivaled overgod in the saints' world, yet he had been defeated by an unknown opponent of the same level who had appeared out of nowhere. This was just far too difficult to accept. Emo Qing coughed up blood. He propped himself up with his sword and stood up with great difficulty. He looked at Jianshan with extremely mixed feelings and asked, "Who are you?" Jianshan. Jianshan replied. His gaze towards Emo Qing was also filled with admiration. This was admiration towards Emo Qing's strength. Emo Qing was a late overgod, yet he could injure him quite heavily. Just this alone made Jianshan see him in a new light. He really was a supreme overgod who ranked first on the Overgod's plaque after all. Even though Jianchen had not broken through during the time he had spent in outer space, his strength was no longer the same as before. Even regular early divine kings would struggle to harm him, yet Emoching had done it. Jianchen? Emoching murmured, "Why have I never heard of your name? And you're not on the Overgod's plaque either." "That's because I've never attempted the Overgod's plaque, so my name has never appeared on it," Jianchen said. "Moreover, the saint's world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. So what if you rank first on the Overgod's plaque? Once you come across a divine king, you're still doomed. Even if you rank first on the divine king's plaque, you can only reign supreme in the divine king's realm. Once a powerful primordial realm expert appears, the supreme divine king will be reduced to meat on the chopping block." "I've lost." Emoching was absent-minded and somewhat disheartened. Clearly, this failure had a huge impact on him. The azure-robed old man appeared before Emoching. He fished out a healing pill and fed it to Emoching. He said, "Emoching, you should understand now. The saint's world is vast, and who knows how many monstrous geniuses there are. You need to know that there will always be someone stronger. Ranking first on the Overgod's plaque is not truly the strongest Overgod. Ranking first on the Divine King's plaque is not the strongest Divine King's realm either. That's because there are many Overgods and Divine Kings in the Saints' world who don't care about rankings. They don't care about fame. Instead, they focus on cultivation and making their way towards the peak." P.S. On the 1st of January 2017, Xiaoyao has prepared a red packet for everyone. Xiaoyao will announce the password for the red packet. Although there won't be a lot of red packets, it can be used as a form of entertainment. However, due to the fact that the Chaotic Sword God's update time is not fixed on the various platforms, some platforms will even be delayed by a day. As a result, in order for everyone to receive the password for the red packet as soon as possible, Xiaoyao will release the password for the red packet through Gong Zhongwei. Please pay attention to it if you haven't listened to Xiaoyao's Gong Zhongwei. It will only take a minute. Xiaoyao's Gong Zhongwei signal, Xingxingxiao 110-inch Xian Xing Xiaoyao, was the full pinyin of the pen name, plus the number 110. Readers of the Sword God, fans of the Sword God, please listen in. Moreover, every time a new chapter is released, you will be notified on the public account. There will also be some updates related to the book from time to time. Chapter 2049. The blue-robed old man's words were forceful and forceful. Every word echoed in Emocheng's mind like a great bell. Emocheng fell silent. This was not the first time he had heard the same thing. The old man had said similar things to him many times before. However, he was just too extraordinary. He had displayed extraordinary talent since he was young. Whether it was his talent for cultivation or comprehension, he was a supreme prodigy. He was renowned throughout the saints' world. Coupled with his powerful legacies and extraordinary cultivation methods, he had been able to reign supreme ever since he began cultivating. Rarely did he find an opponent at the same level of cultivation. As time went on, he developed a haughty attitude of being invincible, where he looked down on everyone. As a result, he had never taken the old man's warning to heart in the past. He believed that no one at the same level of cultivation could defeat him. If the people on the Overgod's plaque were not enough, then it would be even more impossible for some unknown Overgods. However, only after his battle with Jianchen today did he truly understand something. Being first on the Overgod's plaque was not necessarily first. Being first on the Divine King's plaque did not necessarily mean that he was invincible among Divine Kings either. This was because not all supreme prodigies would attempt the Overgod's plaque and the Divine King's plaque in the Saints' world. But you don't need to be too dejected. With your current battle prowess, you've basically reached the apex among Overgods. Even with the entire Saints' world in perspective, there's barely anyone who can match you. Even some disciples of Grand Exalts might not be able to match you, the old man comforted him. He was also afraid that Emoching would not be able to endure such a blow with his extraordinary talent and end up wasting away. However, Emoching was not an ordinary person. He calmed down very soon and his face lit up again. He stared at Jianchen with shining eyes and said coldly, "Jianchen, I'll remember your name. I am indeed not your opponent among overgods, but I will challenge you again in the Divine King's plaque." Jianchen said with a calm expression, "If you can find me after breaking through to the Divine King realm, there's no harm in fighting you." Emoching slowly lifted his hand. His hand was stained with a drop of Jianchen's chaotic blood. He took out a jade bottle and stored the drop of blood, saying, "It's not difficult for me to find you." Jianchen's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He stared at the droplet of chaotic blood that Emoching had stowed away as light flickered in his eyes. From Emocheng's words, he could tell that Emoching was able to find him in the vast saint's world with just a droplet of blood. Emoching and the old man left the divine medicinal garden. After his defeat, he did not mention a single word about the spiritual root of heavenly ways. In the blink of an eye, the divine medicinal garden recovered its peace once again. Everyone stared at Jianchen. Many of their gazes were filled with undisguised respect and deep fear. They had personally witnessed Jianchen's strength. Not a single divine king in the divine medicinal garden could block Jianchen's attacks. Yun Daolai had already become stunned. He stared at Jianchen blankly. He had yet to return to his senses. Only now did he understand just how much of a monster Jianchen was. Even Emoching, who ranked first on the Overgod's plaque, had lost to him. In particular, Yun Daolai's heart trembled when he saw Jianchen and Emoching's battle. The battle between the two Overgods was just too powerful. Even as an early divine king, he felt shaken. Yun Xian held the space ring with the spiritual root of heavenly ways as she felt extremely uneasy. However, at this moment, a figure silently approached Yun Xian. Greed filled his eyes as he directly reached for the space ring in Yun Xian's hand. The figure moved far too quickly and he moved like a ghost. He was completely silent, such that many of the divine king failed to sense his intentions. Yun Xian was unable to react at all. Jianchen's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, he looked at the figure and his presence skyrocketed. Sword chi surged into the sky as a strand of Daluo sword chi shot over with lightning speed. He, Jianchen, you are indeed invincible among overgods, but you really are nothing in the domain of the divine king, the figure sneered. He blocked Jianchen's Daluo sword chi with a wave of his hand while he reached for Yun Xian's space ring with his other hand. The spiritual root of heavenly ways is mine. The person was extremely excited. If the spiritual root of heavenly ways was in Emocheng's hands, he really would not be bold enough to take it, as there was an unfathomable old man behind Emocheng. However, if it was in Yun Xian's or Jianchen's hands, he would not have to worry at all. The late divine king. Jianchen shivered inside as he became extremely stern. This was definitely an extremely powerful opponent to him right now. Just when the late divine king was about to take Yun Xian's space ring, the power of the laws of destruction suddenly appeared. Kea, who had always been beside Yun Xian, struck out. She held the laws of destruction in one hand and the laws of fire in the other. The two powers of laws intertwined in her hands, forming a profound inscription of laws. She suddenly struck out, colliding with the hand of the divine king that reached for the space ring. With a thud, terrifying ripples of energy surged out. Yun Xian, who was the closest, immediately paled and staggered backwards. A set of silver-white armor appeared on her, blocking most of the ripples of energy. This was a high-quality defensive saint artifact. Although it was not as good as a supreme-quality defensive saint artifact, it was more than enough to block the ripples of energy. Kea staggered backwards as well. The difference in both cultivation and comprehension was just too great. Even though she was no weaker than Jianchen, she was unable to take on a late divine king. However, when she struck out this time, she forcefully forced back the late God King's hand that extended towards the space ring. A smear of surprise appeared in the eyes of the divine king. He glanced at Kea and snorted coldly. He did not stop at all. He took a step forward and arrived before Unveil in the blink of an eye, continuing to reach for the space ring. Oh no, he wants to take the spiritual root of heavenly ways. Stop him. We can't let him take the spiritual root of heavenly ways. Many divine kings in the divine medicinal garden returned to their senses. They immediately cried out and charged over as quickly as they could. All of their eyes burned with desire and undisguised greed. Clearly, they did not want to protect the spiritual root of heavenly ways for Unveil. Instead, they wanted to take it for themselves. The spiritual root of heavenly ways was nothing to a supreme prodigy with a tremendous background like Embark, but it was extremely tempting to the divine kings in the divine medicinal garden. A spiritual root of the heavenly Tao had a chance of creating a primordial chaos expert. It was enough to make them lose their minds and fight for it without regard for anything else. And don't. Unveil cried out sorrowfully as despair filled his face. He had just managed to save the spiritual root of heavenly ways from Embark, yet it had attracted even more divine kings. He felt like the world had become gloomy. After all, not only were there many divine kings in the divine medicinal garden, but there were also late divine kings as well. No matter how astonishing Jianshan's battle prowess was, it was useless against so many divine king experts. Jianshan's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. With a thought, he shot out a strand of profound sword chi without any hesitation. Chapter 2050. It was fast, just far too fast. The late divine king was unable to react to the profound sword chi at all. The profound sword chi had already pierced his forehead and stabbed his soul. Arg! The divine king immediately cried out in pain. His soul was unimaginably heavily injured. His consciousness blurred as he bled from his orifices. Kea had already arrived before the divine king silently. His presence surged as his eyes shone with cold light. He held the laws of destruction in one hand and the laws of fire in the other as he struck out with his full strength. He struck the late divine king mercilessly, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. With his soul injured, the late divine king's consciousness blurred and fell into chaos. Both his senses and defenses had plummeted. As his soul had not stabilized, he was basically powerless to fight back. Swish! A golden streak of light tore through the air. Jianshan's Daluo sword chi also appeared before the divine king. With a wave of the Daluo sword chi, he directly cut off the divine king's head. Afterwards, with a flash of light, the Daluo sword chi surged into the air, stabbing towards the head that had flown into the air. Bang! The head exploded in the air. Golden sword chi filled the air, grinding the divine king's extremely fragile soul to pieces. Jianshan and Kea, two late overgods, had killed a late divine king with lightning speed. Naturally, all the divine kings in the divine medicinal garden witnessed this clearly. Their expressions immediately changed, and they could not help but slow down as well. They stared at Jianshan and Kea in surprise and doubt. However, their hesitation only lasted for a split second. Their fear was replaced by deep greed as they rapidly approached Unveil. The spiritual root of heavenly ways was just too tempting to them. Very few of them could remain calm. They had all become muddle-headed. Jianshan and Kea became extremely stern. Even the two of them felt powerless before so many divine kings. They could not flee. There were many late divine kings among them. Even if they fled, they would not be able to escape from the pursuit of the late divine kings. Even hiding in the Anata Tower was not enough. Although the Anata Tower was extremely tough, Jianshan's control over it made it so that he could not move as quickly as a late divine king. After all, the space within the Poseidon Palace was flat, unlike the spatial cracks that were filled with dangers where even infinite primes needed to be careful. As a result, Jianchen could hold his ground against infinite primes in the spatial cracks with the Anata Tower. However, he lost this advantage once he was outside. My formations are about to be cast down. Buy me some time. It'll be done in a few seconds, Master Chanlong's voice rang out. He had already cast down a defensive formation nearby when Jianchen fought Emoqing. Clearly, he had expected something like this to happen. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just hand over the spiritual root of heavenly ways, Yun Xian said as her face paled. I only managed to keep the spiritual root of heavenly ways after my battle against Emoqing. How can I just hand it over to these people? Jianchen snorted coldly. With a thought, he connected with the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline within him. He immediately activated it and howled at the sky. Immediately, a deafening howl rang out from Jianchen's mouth. The terrifying sound waves formed visible ripples that expanded in all directions, enveloping the entire divine medicinal garden. At that moment, Jianchen seemed to have become an ancient skywolf. As he howled, an extremely terrifying pressure permeated the surroundings. The power of the ancient skywolf's bloodline within him was completely depleted at that moment. The divine king that originally charged towards Jianchen's group seemed to lose all their strength at that moment. They all collapsed on the ground. The powerful inertia caused them to slide quite a distance on the ground. Many of them flipped a few times before coming to a stop. Afterwards, their eyes blanked out as if they had lost their souls. Their clothes were in tatters, revealing the inner armor they wore underneath. Even though some of the more powerful divine king managed to control their bodies and prevent them from falling to the ground, they were stunned as well. Their souls were greatly affected. Some of the weaker overgods had their entire bodies split apart from the tremors. Their primordial spirits were directly shattered. Aside from them, even Yun Xian, Yun Daolai, and Xiao Zheng were the same. Their eyes blanked out as they stood there in a daze. Only Kea and Master Chanlong were unaffected. Kea charged out as soon as possible. He used the laws of fire and the laws of destruction at the same time. He struck out as hard as he could to kill off the divine king. Jianchen followed closely behind Kea. While all the divine king were stunned, he struck out with lightning speed and killed off the divine king. Among the god kings, not all of them had put on their saint artifact armor. Many of them did not put on any protection at all, so it was naturally much easier to deal with them. In just a few seconds, Jianchen and Kea each shattered the head of a divine king, wiping out their souls. The threat that the divine king posed to them in the divine medicinal garden was especially great. Once Chanlong finished casting down his formations, the damage that the divine king could cause to the formations would be far greater than early and mid-divine king. As a result, they only struck out against the divine king. However, just when they were about to kill off a second divine king, the divine king that had been affected actually returned to their senses at the same time. The two divine king that had been attacked by Jianchen and Kea roared out furiously. They blocked the fatal attacks from Jianchen and Kea and began to engage in an intense battle. Afterwards, the divine king that had been affected in the divine medicinal garden returned to their senses one by one. They realized that they had been momentarily stunned, and that Jianchen and Kea had already killed the divine king. All of them felt a lingering fear. Jianchen shivered inside. These people had returned to their senses much faster than he had imagined. He knew that the howl he had unleashed from the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline was nowhere near as threatening to these cultivators as a space beast. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jianchen's waist was struck by a divine king. He was sent flying by the powerful force. Even Kea was injured and covered in blood. Even more divine king charged at Yun Xian. Jianchen arrived in front of Yun Xian and tossed Yun Xian behind Master Chanlong. He roared out and blocked the Divine King with a powerful battle intent, engaging in an intense battle with the many Divine Kings. Chaos also retreated as he fought. He did not hold back at all. He used the laws of fire, destruction, and creation at the same time, erupting with terrifying might as he engaged in an intense battle with the many Divine King. In just a few seconds, Jianshan was covered in blood. He was covered in wounds of various sizes. It was a vicious and terrifying sight. He had used everything he had. Aside from the Anata Tower, he had even used his final strand of profound sword chi. He had only managed to last until now because of his chaotic body. At this moment, a sliver of comprehension suddenly appeared in Jianshan's head. He grasped the sliver of insight tightly, and in the next moment, an even more powerful sword intent radiated from him. It was as vast as the ocean. Jianshan roared out at the sky. The sword chi around him became several times stronger in a single instance. Wu Kei formed a seal, and with just a thought, a strand of Daluo sword chi appeared out of nowhere. Not only did the Daluo sword chi condense countless times faster than before, basically condensing in an instant, but its power had also increased to a whole new level. At this moment, Jianshan's laws of the sword had finally broken through. He had reached the major achievement of Sword Spirit from the partial achievement of Sword Spirit. P.S. On the 1st of January 2017, Xiaoyao has prepared a red packet for everyone. When the time comes, Xiaoyao will announce the password for the red packet. Although there won't be a lot of red packets, it can be used as a form of entertainment. However, due to the fact that the Chaos Sword God's update time is not fixed on the various platforms, some platforms might even be delayed by a day. As a result, in order for everyone to receive the password for the red packet as soon as possible, Xiaoyao will announce the password for the red packet through Gong Zhongwei. Readers who have not listened to Xiaoyao's Gong Zhongwei will pay attention to it. It will only take a minute. Xiaoyao's Gong Zhongwei signal. Xinxing Xiaoyao 110. Xinxing Xiaoyao's pseudonym in full pinyin with the number 110 added to it. Readers of the Sword God, fans of the Sword God, please listen in. Chapter 2051. Reaching the major achievement of Sword Spirit had allowed Jianshan's comprehension of the laws of the sword to reach the level of a divine king. His chaotic body was still at the level of an overgod. As a result, his breakthrough was clearly not enough for Jianshan to deal with the current danger. Jianshan's wounds became heavier and heavier. He was completely covered in blood now. There were so many wounds on his body that it was astounding. Every single wound was vicious and terrifying, revealing white bone. However, Jianshan did not weaken at all despite being so heavily injured. His battle prowess was still extremely great. He was like an undying god of war as he engaged in an intense battle against the Divine King. Several Divine Kings had already died to Jianshan's hands. They were all early Divine King. These people had either had their foreheads pierced by Jianshan's sword chi or their heads cracked from a palm strike. An early Divine King had even been forcefully ripped in half by Jianshan. It was an extremely shocking sight. Kea was also heavily injured. He was covered in blood as he used the laws of creation, destruction, and fire at the same time to engage in an intense battle against the Divine King. All the Divine Kings in the garden were shocked. Their gazes towards Jianshan and Kea were filled with shock and fear. The two Divine Kings were actually able to last for so long against the encirclement of so many Divine Kings. They had even killed a few early Divine Kings. Such a powerful overgod filled all of them with fear. Specks of blood-red light suddenly flickered in Jianshan's eyes. Vaguely, an evil presence seemed to slowly awaken within him. Not only was he heavily injured right now, but most of the power of his soul had been depleted by the two strands of profound sword chi as well. Coupled with the heavy smell of blood, he struggled to suppress the evil spirit's power that had fused with his soul. In the past few years, his strength had grown far too quickly, far surpassing the evil power. As a result, No matter how heavily injured he was, the evil power in his soul was unable to affect his mind. However, the evil power had benefited even more than him when he absorbed the droplet of power from the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. As a result, the evil power had become much stronger. As a result, Jianchen seemed to struggle to suppress it. Master, the sword spirits immediately sensed Jianchen's situation. Their voices boomed through Jianchen's soul. When Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong had drifted through outer space, Jianchen had been heavily injured a few times as well. The power of his soul had been greatly depleted, so he was unable to suppress the evil power. It was the sword spirits who had awakened him immediately, preventing Jianchen from completely losing his mind. Jianchen did his best to maintain his consciousness as he fended off the attacks in the surroundings. He was constantly injured as his wounds rapidly increased. Many penetrating wounds had appeared, and his organs had already shattered. He was only holding on with the chaotic body. A mere overgod wants to protect the spiritual root of heavenly ways? What a fool's dream! At this moment, a sinister laugh rang out in Yunxin's head. As Yunxin paled in fright, a hand extended out from the space before her and took away Yunxin's space ring. Not only had he taken away the space ring that Yun Daolai had given to Yunxin, but he had also taken away the space ring on Yunxin's finger to prevent her from moving the spiritual root of heavenly ways. Clearly, he was a late divine king. He made his way around Jianchen and Kea and approached Yunxin. Bastard, leave the space ring behind. Don't let him leave. Behind Yunxin, a few more divine king approached. They had also made their way around Jianchen and Kea, approaching Yunxin silently from the other side. They wanted to take the space ring. However, when they saw that someone else had taken the space ring first, they immediately became furious. They immediately looked at the divine king who had hidden himself in space and struck out without any hesitation. They used powerful energy to shake up the space and force out the person who had hidden himself. The divine king laughed aloud after taking away the space ring. He did not attack anyone. He hid himself in space again, wanting to leave immediately. Rise. At this moment, Master Chanlong finally finished setting up the formation. With a bellow, the formation finally rose up. With a powerful pulse of energy, a hemispherical barrier of energy formed in a single moment, enveloping an area of 100 meters. Apart from Divine King Chanlong, Yunxin, and Shaojing, there were a few divine kings who had made their way around from the side. As they were too close, they were also enveloped by the barrier of energy. Bang! With a thud, the divine king who was about to flee with the space ring slammed into the barrier of energy. The barrier remained unscathed, but he fell out of space. He cursed inside and immediately attacked the barrier in a panic. Enter the formation. Master Chanlong ignored the people in the barrier of energy and called out to Jianchen and Kea. Jianchen roared out at the sky. His eyes shone brightly as he suppressed the evil power that was about to awaken. He immediately sent out a few strands of Daluo sword qi, approaching the barrier of energy as quickly as he could. Afterwards, his entire body fused with the barrier, entering it without any resistance at all. Kea entered the barrier of energy at basically the same time as Jianchen. Behind them, many divine kings pressed over as well. However, they were unable to directly pass through the barrier of energy like Jianchen and Kea. All of them were blocked outside. God damn it, get through this formation! Outside the barrier of energy, many divine kings attacked the barrier, causing it to tremble. Master Chanlong became stern. He fished out a large number of divine crystals from his space ring and sent them into the formation. He growled, I need to stabilize the formation. Hurry up and deal with the people who have entered the formation. I'll control the formation to assist you. Without any hesitation, Jianchen and Kea immediately charged at the divine kings who had entered the barrier of energy. Shaojing moved as well, charging at a mid-divine king. Under Master Chanlong's control, the barrier of energy shot out strands of white energy that wrapped around the divine kings. From time to time, pillars of energy would shoot out, piercing their bodies. Not only did the formation have defensive properties, but it also had offensive properties. The divine kings who had entered the formation all fell to the hands of Jianchen and Kea. Even the late divine king among them struggled to survive. Outside the barrier of energy, the many divine kings of the divine medicinal garden surrounded it and launched fierce attacks at it. Even though the barrier was very tough, it still trembled when faced with the combined attacks of so many divine kings. It even showed signs of collapsing several times. In the end, Master Qianlong stabilized it. The energy is being drained too quickly. Quick, give me divine crystals, Master Qianlong called out. He had stepped into the divine king's realm, and the formation he had cast down had reached a new level as well. However, the formation he had cast down in a hurry was extraordinarily difficult to block the attacks of so many divine kings. Jianchen could not be bothered to heal. He immediately took out 10 blocks of supreme-grade divine crystals from his space ring and gave them to Master Qianlong. He placed them in the eye of the formation. With the support of 10 blocks of supreme-grade divine crystals, the trembling of the barrier immediately slowed down slightly. However, it was still distorted by the attacks of so many divine kings. Chapter 2052. He did not have a lot of divine crystals left in his space ring. Most of the supreme-grade divine crystals he had obtained from the commander of the 9th Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion, Yashi Lian, had already been used up. He only had around a dozen blocks left. Jianchen frowned. With a flip of his hand, several space rings appeared in his hand. He immediately sent his soul into them. These space rings all belonged to the divine kings who had broken into the energy barrier. They had all been slain by Jianchen and Kea, so their space rings were naturally not left behind. Jianchen discovered quite a few divine crystals in the space rings as expected. He immediately took them all out. However, to his regret, there were late divine kings among the divine kings they had slain, but they were not very wealthy. There were only around a dozen blocks of divine crystals in total. It's a pity that I didn't manage to obtain the space rings of the early divine kings that I killed earlier. It's a free pass, Jianchen thought. He had been fighting against the divine kings earlier, so he did not have the energy to collect the space rings. Over 30 blocks of supreme-grade divine crystals should be enough to last for a while. However, this formation alone won't be able to last for long. Jianchen, keep an eye on the formation. I'm going to continue laying down, Master Qianlong said sternly. He immediately began to lay down a new formation. Kea, heal up first. Leave this to me for now. There might be a fierce battle later on. Jianchen gave the best healing medicine he had on him to Kea. He could not help but feel a deep sense of guilt when he saw Kea bathed in blood. Sigh, it's all because of my stubbornness that you ended up in such a predicament. Kea, I'm sorry, Jianchen blamed himself. Originally, he could have made another choice. As long as he gave up the spiritual route of the heavenly way, he would not have become the target of public criticism. However, he had only managed to keep the spiritual route of heavenly ways after his battle with Emoqing. He was basically half the owner of the spiritual route of heavenly ways. He was truly unwilling to give it up and let others take advantage of him. Kea gently smiled. His pale face didn't show the slightest hint of reproach. Instead, he revealed a trace of excitement and said, Jianchen, I discovered that experiencing such a battle would allow my strength to increase at an extremely fast rate. Kea paused before continuing. Back then, I didn't encounter any bottlenecks at all. I progressed extremely quickly, reaching late Overgod in a single stroke. However, when I reached late Overgod, I seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. My comprehension of laws was unable to progress any further, so I remained stagnant at late Overgod. Kea's eyes lit up. He stared at the divine king who constantly attacked the barrier and said, but when I fought against them earlier, I could clearly sense that my bottleneck seemed to loosen up bit by bit. Vaguely, I seemed to be able to see a corner of the Divine King's cultivation. I shouldn't be far away from breaking through. Fantastic! My comprehension of the laws of the sword has already reached the same level as the Divine King. As long as I have some time, my cultivation will reach the same level as the Divine King. At that time, there really won't be many people who can truly threaten us in the Poseidon Palace with our battle prowess, Jianshan said excitedly. However, the matter at hand right now is to survive this crisis. Jianshan also looked outside the barrier. He had already prepared the resources he needed to break through to the chaotic body. Now that he had broken through with the laws of the sword, he only needed some time to reach the 12th layer of the chaotic body. However, the barrier could shatter at any time now. Clearly, it was not a good time to break through. Yunxin looked at the space ring in her hand reluctantly. Her space ring with the spiritual root of heavenly ways had been taken away, and the Divine King had been slain by Jianshan, so the space ring had returned to her. Jianshan, this spiritual root of heavenly ways is for you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to keep it. It would have ended up in someone else's hands long ago, and our Yun family no longer has the right to hold on to it. Yunxin slowly passed the space ring with the spiritual root of heavenly ways to Jianshan. She was dejected as she said gently, "If you really can't stop them, just hand over the spiritual root of heavenly ways." Yeah. Miss Yunxin is right. Jianshan, if you really can't do it, just hand over the spiritual root of heavenly ways. Xiaojing looked at Jianshan with mixed feelings. Undisguised amazement filled his eyes as he said, "Jianshan, both you and Kea possess unprecedented talent. I believe even some grand primes will fight over you as disciples and nurture you with everything they have. They'll be able to obtain various heavenly resources and god-tier pills easily. It's not worth it to force yourself into such dire straits over a spiritual root of heavenly ways." Jianshan looked at Yunxin silently. After hesitating slightly, he accepted the space ring with the spiritual root of heavenly ways decisively. Afterwards, he looked at the people outside the barrier as the light in his eyes flickered. At the same time, a group of people shot towards the divine medicinal garden with lightning speed several hundred kilometers away. They moved extremely quickly, crossing several kilometers in a single instant. There were around 50 people in the group. The person at the front was a valiant young man in violet armor. He seemed to be in his 20s, and his face was filled with undisguised arrogance. The purple soft armor he wore was actually an expensive supreme quality saint artifact. It flickered with light and radiated with powerful energy pulses. Among the 50 people, no one was weaker than early Divine King. In reality, there were only a few early Divine King cultivators, and there were not many mid-Divine King cultivators either. Most of them were late Divine King cultivators. With so many late Divine King cultivators together, they formed a rather large group in the Poseidon Palace. However, all of them seemed to be led by the young man in the purple soft armor at the very front. Many of them looked at the young man with respect in their eyes, and even spoke in a low and subservient tone. "Fifth Prince, it's right up ahead. Through the imprint of the soul we left on Daolai, he should be several hundred kilometers up ahead," said Yun Weifeng from behind. Behind the youth, Yun Weifeng opened his mouth to speak. At this moment, his face was pale, and his expression was somewhat dispirited. The clothes on his body were also dyed red with blood. Beside Yun Weifeng were 8 other divine kings from the Yun family. Including Yun Lianqing, all of them were injured to varying degrees. A gleam of light flashed through the 5th prince's eyes. He became excited and said, "All right. Everyone pick up the pace. We have to get there as quickly as possible. We can't let anything happen to the spiritual root of heavenly ways." The 5th prince's eyes burned with desire as his heart thumped uncontrollably. His blood seemed to boil. The spiritual root of heavenly ways was a spiritual root of heavenly ways that could create a chaotic prime. If a spiritual root of heavenly ways appeared in the outside world, the chaotic primes of various eternal empires and ancient clans would fight over it. This was because obtaining a spiritual root of heavenly ways would mean that the clan would gain a chaotic prime. This was a huge temptation to any eternal empire or ancient clan. It could directly affect the future of an eternal empire. Your Yun family has provided such important information this time. You have played a huge role. Don't worry. As long as I successfully obtain the spiritual root of heavenly ways, I definitely won't mistreat your Yun family, promised the fifth prince from the Sky Empire of the Profound Thunder Plain. P.S. On the 1st of January 2017, Xiaoyao has prepared a red packet for everyone. When the time comes, Xiaoyao will announce the password for the red packet. Although it won't be a lot, it can be used as a form of entertainment. However, due to the fact that the Chaos Sword God's update time is not fixed on the various platforms, some platforms might even be delayed by a day. As a result, in order for everyone to receive the password for the red packet as soon as possible, Xiaoyao will announce the password through Community Prestige. Please pay attention to it if you haven't listened to Xiaoyao's Community Prestige. It will only take a minute. Xiaoyao's Community Prestige Signal. Xinxing Xiaoyao 110 Xinxing Xiaoyao's pseudonym with the number 110 added to it. Readers of the Sword God, fans of the Sword God, please remember to listen. Chapter 2053. When Daolai separated from us, an overgod chased after him. The overgod was Emo Qing, who ranked first on the overgod's plaque. Although we've never seen Emo Qing fight, so we don't know how powerful he is, he's still a supreme overgod ranked first on the overgod's plaque after all. Daolai is probably not his opponent. Your Highness, in order to ensure that the spiritual root of heavenly ways won't be taken away, we have to speed up, said Yun Lianqing. His pale face was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Aside from him, all the divine kings of the Yun family who were present were filled with reluctance and disappointment. The heavenly law spirit root was discovered by them first, but when they were collecting the heavenly law spirit root, they were discovered by the other divine kings. Those divine kings were also a small group, and although they were not as strong as them, they were not much weaker. As a result, the 16 divine kings of the Yun family naturally engaged in a battle of life and death in order to protect the spiritual root of heavenly ways. Their Yun family had paid a heavy price in this battle. 6 of the 16 divine kings had died. However, as the battle erupted, the disturbance from their battle naturally drew over more and more divine kings in the surroundings. As a result, in order to protect the spiritual root of heavenly ways, the divine kings of the Yun family gave it to Yun Daolai so that he could immediately leave the Azure Poseidon Palace with it. The rest of them stayed behind to keep the overgods busy. The spiritual root of heavenly ways was just too important to their Yun family. It was an important treasure for their Yun family to become a peak clan in the Sky Empire. In order to protect the spiritual root of heavenly ways, all the divine kings of the Yun family were prepared to sacrifice themselves for the future of the clan. However, they had never thought that an overgod would pursue Yun Daolai as soon as he left. In the beginning, they did not take the overgod seriously, but when the overgod said, "I, Emo Qing, want the spiritual root of heavenly ways," only then did they realize the overgod's identity. Even though they wanted to help, they couldn't do anything about it. In the end, the fifth prince of the Sky Empire arrived with a group of people. They knew that it was impossible for the heavily injured Yun Daolai to escape from the Azure Poseidon Palace before the supreme overgod, who ranked first on the overgod's plaque, Emo Qing. By then, let alone the spiritual root of heavenly ways, even Yun Daolai's life might be in danger. Therefore, they had no choice but to tell the fifth prince of the Sky Dynasty about the spiritual root of heavenly Tao and assist him in obtaining it. In any case, their Yun clan would not be able to obtain the spiritual root of heavenly Tao. Rather than letting it fall into the hands of others, they might as well take the initiative to offer it to the fifth prince. This was because their Yun family was in the Sky Empire. If they used this opportunity to establish ties with the fifth prince, their Yun family's status would rise as well once the fifth prince ascended to the throne. There's a supreme divine king from the divine king's throne by Mo Cheng's side. His name is Tsang-ing, and he ranks 950th on the divine king's throne. It's said that he can withstand 3 moves from regular infinite primes without being defeated, a scholarly, middle-aged man beside the fifth prince said sternly. Is there anyone among you who can stop Tsang-ing? The fifth prince frowned. The scholarly, middle-aged man said after some thought, I'll probably need to work with Bai Qi and Bai He to stop Tsang-ing. The fifth prince was secretly surprised. He said sternly, Tsang-ing ranks towards the bottom of the divine king's throne, yet he requires Mr. Shu and Mr. Bai Qi to work together to stop him. Is Tsang-ing really that powerful? Mr. Shu is also a supreme divine king who sits on the divine king's throne. The scholarly, middle-aged man said sternly, although I've sat on the divine king's throne, I haven't made it onto the divine king's throne. As a result, I'm not a supreme divine king from the divine king's throne. However, not only has Tsang-ing made it onto the throne, but he's even surpassed the 50 people who sit on the divine king's throne. His strength really can't be underestimated. Alright. Once we come across Tsang-ing, Mr. Shu and Mr. Bai Qi will be responsible for stopping him. We'll speed up, the fifth prince called out as his blood boiled. Once he obtained the spiritual root of heavenly Tao, not only would his future be bright, but he would also become the emperor of the Jade-Drop Majestic Empire. In the future, he might even become the Grand Sage Emperor of the Jade-Drop Majestic Empire. Don't worry, fifth prince. The two of us would also like to experience the strength of the experts who sit on the divine king's throne, chuckled a bald, burly man beside the fifth prince. He was Bai Qi. Beside Bai Qi was a black-clothed woman who seemed to be in her 30s. She gave off a wild aura. She was Bai Qi's sister, Bai He. The brother and sister were both at the peak of the divine king's cultivation. Although they weren't on the same level as the divine king's throne, the two of them were confident that they could put up a fight against the divine king if they worked together. Yun Weifeng and the others couldn't get a word in edgewise. Although the Yun family also had a late divine king, the difference between them and Mr. Shu and Bai Qi was huge. At the same level, the battle prowess they could erupt with would be different due to the different cultivation methods, battle skills, and laws they comprehended. There were even some cultivators who possessed special bloodlines, allowing them to erupt with supreme battle prowess through the power of their bloodline. Compared to these people, the divine king of their Yun family was only an ordinary person. The energy barrier in the divine medicinal garden twisted violently. More and more people attacked the barrier, causing the barrier's energy to deplete at an extremely rapid rate. Stop holding back. Everyone, use your battle skills. Everyone, use your full strength. Someone called out from the divine medicinal garden and immediately used a powerful truth-tier battle skill. Immediately, the barrier trembled more and more violently. A huge crack even appeared, and violent energy surged in through the crack. It wreaked havoc within the formation, turning into a storm that forced Yun Xian back. Master Chanlong's face changed as he cast down the formation. He immediately stopped what he was doing and focused all his attention on stabilizing the barrier. However, as the divine king outside unleashed their full strength, the barrier began to tremble violently even with enough energy and Master Chanlong personally stabilizing it. Cracks appeared on it, as if it was about to shatter. The supreme grade divine crystals that provided energy in the center of the formation dimmed at a visible rate as well. Oh no, we can't last much longer, Master Chanlong growled. He was stern. Kea stopped healing her wounds and stood up from the ground, her face solemn. Jianchen stared at the space ring in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly pulled out the spiritual root of heavenly ways. He raised it high in the air and called out, everyone, you're all fighting over the spiritual root of heavenly ways. It's in my hands right now. Jianshan's voice boomed out, rousing everyone in the divine medicinal garden. They all stared at the spiritual root of heavenly ways with burning desire. For a moment they stopped attacking the barrier as well. The spiritual root of heavenly ways was only 3 inches tall. It seemed like the roots of a plant. There was nothing special about it, but it was surrounded by the truths of the world, as well as the power of laws. Hand over the spiritual root of heavenly ways, many divine king called out in the divine medicinal garden as they stared at the spiritual root of heavenly ways. Jianshan sneered. He held the spiritual root of heavenly ways in one hand and opened Yun Xian's mouth with the other. Without waiting for Yun Xian's consent, he shoved the spiritual root of heavenly ways into Yun Xian's mouth. Ugh! Yun Xian was stunned. For a moment she did not know what to do. She wanted to say something, but she could only make muffled sounds. She could not resist at all. Damn it, stop, stop! If you dare destroy the spiritual root of heavenly ways, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the world. Bastard, if you dare do that, I'll never let you go. All the divine king in the divine medicinal garden went crazy. Their eyes turned red as they attacked the barrier with all their might. Many of them looked at Jianshan with hatred and killing intent. Yun Xian had swallowed the spiritual root of heavenly ways. When she realized what she had just eaten, Yun Xian was completely dumbfounded. She stood there blankly. Now that the spiritual root of heavenly ways is gone, do you still want to fight over it? Jianshan stared at them coldly as heavy killing intent radiated from him. He said, "If you stop right now, I can let bygones be bygones. If you insist on attacking us, I, Jianshan, will definitely kill you. Don't doubt my strength. I've killed many divine king when I was an overgod, let alone now that I've become a divine king," Jianshan said coldly. P.S. There was a mistake with the red packets today. After checking, it seems like Xiaoyao made a mistake and sent out red packets to a group. It's my fault that the password has failed. It's my fault. Xiaoyao will fix it again tomorrow. The password will still be given to everyone through the public account. Please forgive me. Chapter 2054. The noisy divine medicinal garden immediately fell silent. Many people stared at Jianshan, who was covered in wounds and covered in blood. However, his presence was still extremely shocking. Mixed feelings appeared on their faces. There were many gazes filled with hatred as well. Clearly, Jianshan's threat had deterred them to a certain extent. Many divine king in the divine medicinal garden became fearful. This was a supreme overgod who could easily defeat Mo Qing. He could kill early divine king when he was a late divine king. Many divine kings in the divine medicinal garden shivered in fear from his overwhelming battle prowess. Now that Jianshan had set foot in the domain of divine kings, no one knew just how great Jianshan's battle prowess had become from the battle prowess he had displayed as an overgod. Don't be afraid, everyone. He's only broken through. His cultivation hasn't increased, and he's already heavily injured. He won't be able to last much longer. His presence right now is completely fake. In reality, he's only putting on a brave front. He's on the verge of dying. Don't be fooled by him. We only need a single late divine king to kill him easily. The spiritual root of heavenly ways has just been swallowed, so it probably hasn't been digested yet. Let's get through the formation immediately and kill that woman. Perhaps we'll be able to retrieve the spiritual root of heavenly ways in time. Not everyone was frightened by Jianshan's threat. There was still a small portion of people who refused to give up on the spiritual root of heavenly ways. They did not take Jianshan seriously at all. They fanned the flames from one side, trying to encourage everyone to continue fighting. Jianshan snorted coldly. Killing intent surged from him as he locked onto a mid-divine king who was fanning the flames. He directly charged out of the energy barrier and used the Tai sword technique. He turned into a sword and shot towards the divine king as a resplendent streak of light. After Jianshan's comprehension of the way of the sword had reached the advanced stage of sword spirit, not only had his strength increased, but the power of the various sword techniques he used had also increased severalfold. The expression of the Divine King, who was fanning the flames in the crowd, suddenly changed when he sensed that Jianshan was attacking him. The Divine King condensed his laws and struck out with the power of his cultivation base. He comprehended the law of water, one of the 5 elements. In terms of offense, the 5 elemental laws were inferior to the laws of sword and the laws of destruction, which were known as the strongest laws among the 3,000 laws. Moreover, the law of water was one of the weakest among the 5 elemental laws. As a result, when this Divine King's mid-stage attack made contact with Jianshan, it was directly blasted apart by Jianshan. On the other hand, Jianshan had transformed into a huge sword. Without slowing down at all, he cut off his opponent's head. The Divine King's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with deep fear. He immediately abandoned his body and controlled his head to fly into the air, flying out of the divine medicinal garden. During that time, his mouth was wide open as fear filled his face. He seemed to be crying out miserably. However, as his head had been separated from his body, he was unable to produce any sound at all. All he could see was his twisted face filled with extreme pain. Suddenly, the top of his head shattered, and his soul escaped from his head. Ripples of soul energy spread out, allowing everyone in the garden to hear his painful screams through the ripples of soul energy. A strand of sword chi had already invaded his soul. It was rapidly destroying his soul, causing him to suffer hellish pain. In just a few seconds, the Divine King's soul had been completely obliterated by the strand of sword chi under everyone's gazes. It completely dispersed. Jianshan had already returned to the energy barrier. He looked at everyone emotionlessly. He said nothing, but the coldness in his silence and the powerful battle intent he gave the Divine King in the divine medicinal garden extremely great pressure. Many people began to look at him differently. At that moment, Jianshan seemed like an undefeatable god of war in the eyes of everyone in the divine medicinal garden. He was clearly unimaginably injured, but his battle prowess was still astonishing. This made many people shiver in fear. At the same time, another group of people charged over from the narrow path that led to the divine medicinal garden. There were around 50 of them, and all of them were Divine King experts. Most of them were late Divine Kings, so they were quite powerful. They were the 5th Prince and the others from the Sky Empire from the profound Thunder Plain. To no surprise, the 9 Divine Kings of the Yun family were among them. Daolai. As soon as they entered the divine medicinal garden, the Divine King of the Yun family immediately discovered the heavily injured Yun Daolai. With a flash, they arrived before him. At this moment, the 10 surviving Divine Kings of the Yun family had gathered together once more. However, none of them were as elegant as when they had first arrived. Every single one of them was covered in blood, and they were all injured to varying degrees. They were in extremely dire straits. So your Yun Daolai, is the spiritual root of heavenly ways still in your hands? The 5th Prince of the Sky Empire appeared before Yun Daolai. He stared at Yun Daolai closely, and his eyes were filled with desire and urgency. In his heart, he was determined to get the spiritual root of the heavenly way because it was related to his future achievements. Yun Daolai's expression was extremely mixed. He said nothing. Instead, he cast his gaze nearby. Everyone in the divine medicinal garden had gathered there, forming a huge circle. From the outside, he could only see the energy barrier inside through the gaps between the people. The 5th Prince followed Yun Daolai's gaze and frowned slightly. He said, "The divine medicinal garden is covered in formations, so it's impossible to take to the air. Mr. Shu, please clear a path." The scholarly, middle-aged man beside the 5th Prince nodded slightly. Afterwards, a fan appeared in his hand. Immediately, a terrifying pulse of energy radiated from the folding fan. The origin energy of the entire divine medicinal garden became chaotic at that moment. Vaguely, it seemed like the laws of the world that filled the place had been disrupted to a certain extent. Such a scene was created by the folding fan in Mr. Shu's hand. Mr. Shu held the fan in his hand. As he channeled his origin energy into it, the fan immediately radiated with a dazzling divine light. At this moment, the fan was like a primordial beast that had awoken from its slumber. It radiated with an earth-shattering might. Everyone in the divine medicinal garden was alarmed. Their faces all changed as they stared in Mr. Shu's direction. It was also at this moment that Mr. Shu slowly unfurled his fan, directly fanning it in front of everyone. With that, the entire world seemed to be overturned. Even the scorching sun in the sky was drowned out, causing the entire world to darken. A black whirlwind whistled towards all the god-kings in the divine medicinal garden. Under the ravaging of the black whirlwind, all of them struggled to stabilize themselves and staggered backwards uncontrollably. Even the late god-kings suffered the same fate. Many over-gods and early divine kings were directly blown away. They slammed into the rocks in the surroundings heavily, causing them to become dizzy. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 over-gods and god-kings gathered around the energy barrier all retreated to several hundred meters away from Mr. Shu's wave of his hand. Jianshan and the others within the barrier were naturally exposed to the fifth prince as well. The divine kings of the Yun family all stared at Mr. Shu in shock. Disbelief filled their faces. They were deeply shocked by Mr. Shu's strength. Chapter 2055. The 10 divine kings of the Yun family could not help but stare at the fan in Mr. Shu's hand. Shock and undisguised envy filled their faces. They knew extremely well just how precious god artifacts were in the saints' world. For example, their Yun family had a total of 2 great elders who had reached infinite prime, but only one of them possessed a god artifact. Moreover, it was a low-quality god artifact. As for the other great elder, he still used a supreme quality saint artifact. Mr. Shu, according to my knowledge, only primordial realm experts can use god artifacts. Below the primordial realm, even if you wield a god artifact, you won't be able to unleash any of its power, or you'll suffer a backlash from the great power of the god artifact. May I ask why Mr. Shu is able to use a god artifact so easily? Yun Lianqing asked politely. His gaze towards Mr. Shu changed. The fifth prince glanced at the divine kings of the Yun family. Normally, he would never pay any attention to the divine kings of the Yun family with his status. However, when he thought about how he was about to obtain the spiritual root of heavenly ways, he was in a great mood. He took the initiative to explain, "That's right. Under normal circumstances, people below the primordial realm won't be able to unleash any of the power of a god artifact. God artifacts are basically no different from scrap metal in their hands. This is because every single god artifact possesses an artifact spirit. They're extremely prideful, so it's impossible to gain the recognition of the artifact spirit unless you've reached the primordial realm. Moreover, even if you gain the recognition of the artifact spirit, the amount of energy required to use a god artifact is far greater than what regular divine kings can endure. Only infinite primes can unleash the true power of a god artifact as much as they want. However, Mr. Shu's cataclysmic onyx fan doesn't actually belong to Mr. Shu. Instead, it belongs to a subject of our Sky Empire. This subject is also Mr. Shu's master. The artifact spirit of the Tian Fiend Obsidian Fan has been instructed by Mr. Shu's master. In addition, the Tian Fiend Obsidian Fan still contains a portion of Mr. Shu's master's energy. As such, Mr. Shu only needs to pay a very small price to activate the power of the Tian Fiend Obsidian Fan. The God Kings of the Yun family came to a realization. They had already realized that Mr. Shu's master was definitely a great figure with supreme cultivation. Since he was willing to let his disciple take the god artifact into the Neptunian Divine Palace so easily, It meant that he was not worried about his disciple being killed or the god artifact being stolen. For example, although the Grand Elder of the Yun family also had a low-tier god artifact, he didn't dare to give it to them. The path ahead was cleared, and the fifth prince led everyone to stand before Jianchen and the others. Standing outside the energy shield, he sized up Jianchen, who was standing inside. "You're Emoqing, the person who ranked first on the Overgod's plaque?" The fifth prince looked at Jianchen and frowned. He asked with uncertainty. He had learnt from the people of the Yun family that Yun Daolai, who had fled with the spiritual root of heavenly ways, was currently being pursued by Emoqing. A supreme divine king from the divine king's seat followed Emoqing. As a result, the spiritual root of heavenly ways had obviously ended up in Emoqing's hands. Now that he saw Jianchen's group being surrounded by so many people from the divine medicinal garden, he naturally believed that the person before him was probably Emoqing. However, what made him frown was that although he had never seen Emoqing before, he had heard about the supreme overgod who ranked first on the overgod's plaque to a certain degree. The person before him seemed to be rather different from the legendary Emoqing. Aside from that, he had not even seen the supreme divine king beside Emoqing. The many divine kings around the fifth prince all studied Jianchen's group curiously. Only the divine kings from the Yun family, apart from Yun Daolai, revealed extremely strange expressions. "Xen or Jianchen, Kea, Chanlong, why are you here?" Yun Lianqing cried out. He seemed like he had just discovered a new continent. Aside from Yun Daolai, the other divine kings of the Yun family also stared at the people in the energy shield blankly. Their faces were filled with doubt. However, the fifth prince's face sank slightly. Suddenly, he experienced an ill omen. He looked at Yun Daolai and asked, "Where's the spiritual root of heavenly ways?" "Daolai, this is the fifth prince of the Sky Empire," Yun Lianqing said to Yun Daolai. Yun Lianqing said to Yun Daolai. He was afraid that Yun Daolai would offend the fifth prince because he didn't know who he was. "Fifth prince, the spiritual root of heavenly ways, the spiritual root of heavenly ways." Yun Daolai seemed to have become dumbfounded. He muttered the name as his face paled. He was not an idiot. As soon as he heard that it was the fifth prince of the Sky Empire, he understood what decision the other people of the Yun family had made. It was exactly because of this that he felt fear. If the spiritual root of heavenly ways was still in his hands, he would not have reacted like this. Even if Emoqing had taken it away, he would not have felt fear. However, the spiritual root of heavenly ways just happened to be eaten by someone else, and the person who had eaten it was Yun Xian. "The spiritual root of heavenly ways is gone," said Jianchen. He walked out of the energy shield steadily and studied the fifth prince and the others. In the end, his gaze locked onto Mr. Shu, and he became extremely stern. He immediately told Chanlong to continue casting down formations secretly. The fifth prince's expression changed drastically. He glared at Jianchen and yelled out coldly, "What did you say? The spiritual root of heavenly ways is gone?" The spiritual root of heavenly ways was an item of fortune that would determine whether he could become a chaotic prime in the future. The fifth prince had already become determined to obtain the spiritual root of heavenly ways. Even if Emoqing had taken it away, he would take it back regardless of the consequences of offending Emoqing. I ate the spiritual root of heavenly ways." Yun Xian walked out as well. She was basically on the brink of tears. She could clearly sense that the spiritual root of heavenly ways had already dissolved in her body, turning into the power of fortune that constantly modified her talent. The spiritual root of the heavenly Tao contained the truth of the heavens and the earth, and it was born from the good fortune of the heavens and the earth. It wasn't as violent as ordinary divine medicines, and those with weak strength would explode and die from it. As a result, Yun Xian did not feel any discomfort at all after eating the spiritual root of heavenly ways. "What did you say, Xian? the expressions of the divine king of the Yun family all changed drastically. If it were any other place, they would definitely have been overjoyed or even laughed aloud. However, they only felt chills run down their bodies at this moment. They were filled with fear, and all of them became uneasy. The fifth prince's face sank. He stared straight at Yun Xian as his body trembled uncontrollably. This was caused by extreme anger. The fifth prince's reaction made Jianqin's heart sink slightly. He glanced at Yun Xian beside him and apologized to the fifth prince. Yun Xian is delighted to have obtained the spiritual root of heavenly ways. If she is nurtured properly, her future will be limitless. If everything goes well, becoming a chaotic prime won't be an illusion. At that time, the strength of the Sky Empire on the profound Thunder Plane will definitely skyrocket. It will only be a matter of time before we surpass the other eternal empires. I am Jianqin. I would like to congratulate the fifth prince and the Sky Empire on becoming the greatest eternal empire on the profound Thunder Plane. The fifth prince remained unmoved. His expression did not change at all. He stared at Yun Xian as his face became uneasy. In reality, he was already furious. He was tempted to immediately execute Yun Xian, who had eaten the spiritual root of heavenly ways. Chapter 2056. Your Highness, you must have seen it as well. As soon as we entered the divine medicinal garden, Xian, and the others were surrounded and attacked by basically all the divine kings in the divine medicinal garden. Under such tense circumstances, Xian had no choice but to swallow the spiritual root of heavenly ways. I hope your Highness can forgive me. Yun Lianqing stood behind the fifth prince as he spoke uneasily. The fifth prince possessed great authority in the Sky Empire. He could command hundreds of people with a single call. Out of the several dozen princes in the Sky Empire, he was one of the three most dazzling princes who had the greatest chance of becoming an emperor in the future. He was highly valued by the current emperor of the Sky Empire, and he had the support of a peak sect in the Sky Empire. His authority was so great that the Yun family could not afford to offend him. The hearts of the divine kings of the Yun family all sank when they saw how the fifth prince remained silent with a sunken face. Suddenly, the fifth prince's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and a warm and enchanting smile appeared on his face. Immediately, it gave the Yun family members a feeling as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. It was as if the haze in their hearts had completely dissipated at this moment. Congratulations, Miss Yun Xian, for obtaining the spiritual root of heavenly ways. If everything goes smoothly, reaching chaotic prime will not be difficult. The fifth prince smiled at Yun Xian. Afterwards, under Yun Xian's surprised gaze, he clasped his fist at Yun Xian and said, Miss Yun Xian, you must know who I am already. I hope to take you as my wife. May I ask if you like me, Miss Yun Xian? Although the fifth prince spoke warmly and politely, his gaze towards Yun Xian was filled with some sharpness. He wanted everyone to understand that if Yun Xian did not agree, the outcome would not be good. Yun Xian's pale face became even paler. She wanted to turn him down, but she did not dare to speak. This was because the fifth prince had already made it clear. No matter what reason she used to turn him down, she would be looking down on him. If she offended the fifth prince in the Tsang Poseidon Palace, the Yun family would fall into great trouble without a doubt. It might even lead to disaster. At the same time, the divine kings of the Yun family constantly sent messages to Yun Xian. They all wanted Yun Xian to agree first helplessly. Now that things had developed like this, the Yun family had no other choice. They could only compromise to ensure the safety of the family. Yun Xian gritted her teeth. Even though she was unwilling, she still agreed to become the fifth prince's wife in the end. From today onwards, I will cultivate diligently. Once I become powerful, I will make the fifth prince regret this for the rest of his life. Yun Xian made up of herself. Yun Xian made up her mind. Yun Xian. At most, she had reached a verbal agreement with the fifth prince. As long as they were not married, they were not considered husband and wife. The fifth prince laughed heartily and said, "Good, good, good. From now on, this emperor and your Yun clan are one family. When we return to the profound Thunder Continent, I will immediately report this to my father and marry you." The fifth prince's unhappiness disappeared. Although he did not obtain the spiritual root of heavenly ways, as long as he married Yun Xian, the spiritual root of heavenly ways would not fall into the hands of an outsider. Moreover, with his relationship with Yun Xian, he would have an absolute advantage when fighting for the throne in the future. Xian, let's go. You will follow me from now on. I will show you the splendor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace. The fifth prince stepped forward and put his arm around Yun Xian's waist. Yun Xian frowned. She twisted her body unnaturally, wanting to break free from the fifth prince's grasp. However, she discovered that she was unable to do so. Her face immediately changed, and she glanced at Jianchen beside her. In order to protect the spiritual root of heavenly ways, Jianchen had engaged in an intense battle with Emo Qing before fending off so many divine king in the divine medicinal garden. Yun Xian could clearly remember all the difficult battles he had gone through. Yun Xian felt a pang of sorrow for some reason when she saw Jianchen bathed in blood and the terrifying wounds all over him. Yun Xian could not help but shed 2 streams of tears of regret when she thought about how she had made things difficult for Jianchen and how she had treated Jianchen when she first met Jianchen and learned that the 3 of them had taken up the spots that should have belonged to her 3 good friends. "Jianchen, I'm sorry." Yun Xian could only apologize inside. Only now did she truly understand Jianchen. The fifth prince noticed all the subtle changes in Yun Xian. He looked at Jianchen and asked gently, "Xian, who is he?" The fifth prince's voice was filled with deep disdain for Jianchen. "Your Highness, the 3 of them came across our Yun family along the way. Due to the limited number of divine king of our Yun family, we gave the 3 extra spots to them. In exchange for the spots, the 3 of them will temporarily become Xian's guards in the Tsang Poseidon Palace to protect Xian from harm." Yun Lianqing immediately explained before Yun Xian could say anything. He understood the fifth prince's personality very well. Now that Xian had become the fifth prince's consort in name, he was afraid that the fifth prince would hold a grudge and make things difficult for Jianchen and the others. "Xian, is that true?" The fifth prince looked at Yun Xian. Yun Xian nodded without saying anything. The fifth prince glanced at Jianchen deeply before no longer staying there. He left the divine medicinal garden with everyone. After the fifth prince and the others left, Master Qianlong emerged from the formations. He exhaled deeply and said, "And I had thought that there would be an unavoidable battle, so I immediately cast down several formations as quickly as I could. Fortunately, the battle didn't begin, or even with my formations, we probably wouldn't have been able to stop the group of people, because they have a god artifact." Jianchen sighed gently. "I wonder if letting Yun Xian eat the spiritual root of heavenly ways was the right thing to do. Although it's a great fortuitous encounter for her, it's also a pit of fire for her. Before she becomes truly powerful, she won't be able to break free from the fifth prince's clutches." Kea walked out as well. He stood beside Jianchen and looked at Jianchen's bloodied appearance. A sliver of mixed feelings appeared in his eyes as he asked nonchalantly, "Was it worth it for you to do this?" "It's just that there are some things that can be done and some things that can't be done. It's not about whether it was worth it or not. However, it's all in the past now. Yun Xian has left with the fifth prince as well, so our agreement with the Yun family can be considered complete." Jianchen continued after a moment of thought. However, the fifth prince clearly saw the expression on Yun Xian's face when she left. "He's not a kind person either, so no one knows what he'll do to us.